Greetings from the Erie Coast. This is Madge. This is a rant. A rant and a realization. And maybe this is a realization of desperation, out of depression, out of, maybe I have a, what's up, Hunter? I have some thoughts. I have some thoughts. Yeah. And I wanted to wait. This all happened, the conception of such, uh, is that this happened before the festivities or before Christmas and all that. And so I didn't want to make this rant because it's a really Debbie Downer, really is. It's a real fuck you to just about everybody. Gen X, what's up, KP, Hutch, Hunter, Jason, Coffee. Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go, man. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, right? The truth. The truth as I see it, which is also my opinion. So if it pisses you off and it offends you in any way, just think about how I felt when I came to the realization. What do you mean I'm not special? What do you mean I'm not a fucking superhero? What do you mean that what I do does not matter? The fuck said me? No, we all are taught. You're so special. You're special. Oops. You're so special. You can do amazing things. Yet why is it so nobody does amazing things? Have you done anything amazing? No. None of us have. None of us have done amazing things. Now, we might believe that I've done something amazing. And others might say, wow, that's amazing what you did. And that's true, and so that's kind of like the beauty is in the eye of the beholder kind of thing, right? So what's up, Anthony? Boom, yeah, deployed iPads, right? Some people are funny, some people are smart, some people are clever, but you know what? You're not fucking special. You're not special. It's already been done. And others will do it again. And guess what? They will do it better than you. What's up, Mike? They will do it better than you. Seriously. How many of you have always dreamed of having you want to be that you want to be a super cop or you want to be the super firefighter? You're going to go in there, save lives. You're going to make a difference. You're going to be a football player. You're going to get that full college scholarship. You're going to do all this, do all that. What's up, Ascertain? You're not special. There's nothing special about you. Nothing. We as human beings are right. Exactly that too. I mean, that's a good one there, Jason. Yeah, you're not John Wick. You're not going to John Wick yourself out of some kind of fucking conflict. Armed conflict. Meat sickles unit. Negative. I am a meat popsicle. Right. You're not going to miraculously just like figure it out. Guardian, what's up? Or all letters just being more. I mean, seriously though. I mean, if you get a good one, you luck out somehow. Even then, you're reduced down to non-speciality. Why is it that when we're trying to help somebody, what's up, zombie? When we're trying to help somebody, we're like, you're so special. You have so many talents. You have so many things to offer. It's a fucking lie. We're just trying to get them to get back into the cog, be a cog in the wheel of the fucking machine. That's it. That's why we're not special. We're all part of the machine. We are. Tyler Durden, right? I like that. And of course, Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, in my Marine Corps, you are all equally worthless, right? And that goes without saying. What does make us special is that we rise above the occasions. It's that hold my beer moment. It's that, oh, you're telling me I can't do this? Well, watch this. I'm about to do this. Right, Hunter? I don't want to buy right now. Oh, I'll tell you that too, Mike. That's nothing special either. Because we're not doing anything about it. We're not doing a damn thing about it. Data centers going up all over. The electronic prisons are encroaching upon us as we speak. Yet we go about our daily lives like it means something. Like it means something to go to work. It's something special for me to do 8, 10, 12 hours a day. Get this meager paycheck. Give it all to the government. They're going to take over. They're going to encroach immensely on everything that we think, say, and do. Yeah, in the year 2025. Everything you think, do, and say will be in the pill you took today, right? I don't know. The Palantir machine will absorb. I mean, seriously, bro. Seriously. You're not special. In this new world, will show us that. It will show us that you are not special. You're not going to outrun the techno autocracy. It's going to find you. It's going to grab you and pull you into its web. It's going to inject you with its poison. And whatever you think, do, say, whatever, anything that you do, be it constructive or kinetic, is already factored in. It's already There's allowable tolerances. Oh, you want to be a little rebel? Want to be a little rabble? That's already there. It's already it's already in the parameters. It's already in the algorithms. Yeah. You're not special. None of us are. None of us. Sherry. I mean, tell you the truth though, Sherry, that's mind over matter. You don't mind, it doesn't matter. I can exist anywhere, right? Yeah. I got my helmet. I'm just gonna be banging it up against the walls as I go over. Youper! I am special ed. Yeah, that was one of my favorites. Hey lady, hey lady, with Bobby lady. Hey lady, yay! Be your own hero. Good luck. That's already factored into. Too far, Sherry. It's too far. Way too far. You're not special. What's up, hey Cal? Can't argue with that, ass team. I can't argue with that. I'm letting you know. You're not special. See, it's a numbers game and it's a waiting game, right? If back in my day I was just fucking rabble, and I could, how many masters would AI be able to serve, right, Ronnie? This ain't all about AI. It kind of is the techno-autocracy. That's what I've always been preaching about. They know that all they have to do is just credit you, silence you a bit. Don't make sure that your voice isn't heard by everybody, right? Which there's so many people going about their own way, and engaging in the great preoccupation that is job and life and world and TikTok and whatever fucking bullshit you're into. You like carrots? Well, guess what? It's going to send you to the carrot bazaar. Lovely arm. All I have to do is just quiet you a little bit and wait for you to die, or get sick and die, or get sick and be invalid. How many great men of history died cold and alone in their own bed? Maybe they were sequestered into a watchtower, you know, just left to rot. Right? Right, Mike Napoleon. I mean, there were so many great people that did so many great things, but in the end, everything was taken away from them. You will lose everything. You will lose everything. Everything you have, everything you own. It's not special. It's junk. It's junk to be moved around, to be thrown away, to maybe be repurposed. I mean, that would be cool. I hope that when I die, that my friends, family, and friends get to take and use what I have. You know, my preps and my gear and all those things. I hope for that. But you know, it just might be something as simple as a maintenance guy loading up the back of his truck and taking it to the fucking dump. I mean, you know, it's it's whatever. You know, it's junk. You have nothing but junk. You own nothing but junk. Family heirlooms, meaningless crap. Heard about that, Mike? Tactical muffin top. Yeah, okay, I beg to differ. Tactical muffin top. I beg to differ. I mean, I love you. I love you, Tactical muffin top. You're a badass. I mean, you were doing the things. You were working, and that's the other thing. How many people are involved in self help, building themselves to be this person that they want to be? That is special. That is very special because a lot of people do not allow themselves to do that. Guess what? There's other people doing the same thing. There's other people doing the same thing. Matter of fact, the enemy, is doing the same thing. It's not nothing special, nothing new. Once you realize that you're not special, once you realize that you're at the very bottom of the cesspool with everybody else, yet what they've done down there in the cesspool with all these other little creatures scurrying about, you included, me included, is that we believe, we aspire that we're going to be better, that we are special. That's the trick. The trick is to make you believe that you are special. That you've got 165,000 views from your last video. That you reached out and got 200 more subs. Right? Somebody validated you. Oh, you're special. What you did, what you said, is special. See, that's the thing, is they've made everybody special. Everybody is special. Yeah, it's a big fat lie, Hubert. Big fat lie. We've been lied to from the beginning. And we continuously believe it. So kiss off. I know you're special, kiss off. Listen, I love you all. I love myself as well. But once you realize that you're not special, that you're not the only one out here doing what you do, then you understand. Then you understand how special you really are. We all drink the same crap. We eat the same crappy foods. We all have to pay our taxes. That land you live on, it's not yours. I'm but a drop in the bucket. That's not your land. That's not your car. That's not your apartment. That's not your food. All that can be taken away quickly. Absolutely quickly. Yeah, I was talking about the UK and the Western world over there, the Europe, UK, and everything. Man, the fuck's going on there? Not only have they made people not special, but they made other people special over them. Like some people are more special than others. Some are more equal than others. Get my point here? That's exactly where they want us. Not special. To kill individuality by immersing it, to promote individuality. Because what does that do? That allows everybody to believe that, wow, I'm special. I'm special. And you know, it doesn't take much for people to believe that they are special. Seriously. Like I said, a little, you know, boost in your views, you know, a couple extra hearts or whatever. Yeah, you can if you want to. As be prepared. Yeah. Of course, you know, this is mine. Thumbs down. Fuck you. Right. Which I didn't do on Friday. I've been like entranced in this non-speciality rant for quite some time, lasting all the way through the holidays into the weekend. I'm not special. Cog in a wheel. I have a schedule I have to keep. How many of you keep a schedule for someone else? Not you, someone else. Most of us do, and most of us do it for about 50 years or so. Yeah. We have already sold our soul to the devil. Already. It's done. That's it. So it is pointless. Resistance is futile. We haven't resisted at all, one bit. There's always 10% of a population that go forth and do their own thing. Always. You never see them again. You know, you might hear about them every now and then, stories of them living out in the wilderness. You know, somebody digs a hole in the side of a mountain and lives there until he dies, and they don't know about him until later on. You know. That's the thing. A team of old men. Well, that's great, and that's you know, Mike. That's honorable, right? You do, and that's how we justify it. That's how we justify it to ourselves. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for my family. I'm doing this for my friends. I'm doing this for my brothers. That's great, right? What's up, Still a Tree, Loretta? Everybody does it. How many men and women, mostly men though, sacrifice themselves 70, 80 hours a week, constant commuting, constantly enduring hardships to the point, in fact, that they get diseases, cancers, lose limbs, die for their family and their friends. And so they go forth out into, you know, the world, and they try to make a business, make a living. That's a little better. It's a little better than my situation, I'd say. I'm working for the man, trying to be the man. I'll never be the man. She's okay, Holly. She's old. She'll be 80 soon. Yeah. She's got to have a surgery. Even then, that's not special. We all are going to grow old and die. We're all going to find ourselves in some type of hospital care with some kind of weird thing that we can't fix. You know, something with our heart or kidneys, or, you know, maybe we get the diabetes or something. It's only a matter of time. And that's not special either. That's built in. They know in this prison system, in this prison world. Thank you, Holly. To you as well. They know that we only have a finite amount of time that we're useful. And there's also a finite amount of time we're dangerous. Useful and dangerous. Right? I can be a useful idiot, or I can be a dangerous idiot. You know, I can raise everyone from their from their great preoccupation, i.e., careers and work, in debt, and say, hey, let's go forth and do our own thing, right? Create our own utopia. That's already factored into. Do you hear anything about militias? Yeah, I'm going to talk about militias. That used to be the thing in this world, in the United States. You're part of militia. There's nothing about, hey, we're all part of the militia, right? State of South Carolina considers all their citizens militias. They're all signed in, pre-signed. Remember. But nowadays, oh no, there's no militias. But these militias don't do anything. What do? They help people. They do drives. They do charity runs. They do poker runs. They do things like that. Oh, that's great. That's great. And that speaks to the citizenry of the United States. What's up, Outpost? Michigan? What's up, Michigan? Let's go. But are they changing anything? No. During the COVID years, the only thing that stopped them from taking total power control is that they knew that they had just went a little too far. People were starting to rebel. Right on. Did you? What is your? Do you have any war wounds, Mike? No. Do you have any ribbons and badges of your combat your combat exploits? Nope. Nope. The concept of a militia. What's up, Lady Smith? The concept of a militia was to keep our governments in check. If all the checks and balances failed, which they did, do you understand that? All the checks and balances failed. The militia was supposed to step up and take charge of this and put this country back on the right track. Through force if necessary. Or through just the show of force. Or just the threat of force. That's all we have now. What's up, Pilgrim? How many of you believe that a militia would step up and take on the mantle of freedom and liberty against the tyrannous regime? No. None of them would. Yet they do continue to train. Yet they do continue to muster. Yet they do continue to recruit. So that's good, because that in itself is also a deterrent. Right, Camel Girl? We can't even help ourselves, much less take on the tyrannical regime that we've seen raise its ugly head and become brazen. What's up, Ghostly? Nobody. The only thing that we did is we took a stance. We took a position, which obviously was enough. Oh yeah, right. What's up, Maccabeus? Yeah, Waco, Ruby Ridge. I mean, how do you become? How can you be an effective militia when you don't have the monopoly of violence? We don't have that. The tyrannical regime does. Now, if we had enough of us, didn't matter what kind of weapon we had. We could all have ball-peen hammers. But if there's a million ball-peen hammers, guess what? Everything would get done. But how do you control a bunch of millions of ball-peen hammer wielders? Yeah, like you said, Mike, a lot of backstabbing, a lot of hey, I'm in charge. Hey, I want to be in charge. Hey, I don't think this is right. And then not to mention all the glowies that descend upon you. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh, want to do a tear together? Yeah. Here, take this ink stick, take this grease pen and this white grease pen. Write all these weird things on your weapons. Yeah, and then go do that thing. Yeah, yeah, for democracy, for patriotism. Right? Then guess what happens? Boom, you're paraded as some kind of, threat to democracy, because to them it's all about the democracy, even though we're a constitutional republic. We're a representative, whatever you call those guys, senators and shit. MK Ultra. Oh, on a large scale, Lady Smith. You are not special. You will never be the leader of the resistance. You will never be able to plant your flag on the White House lawn. Say, I claim this land for myself. I reclaim this land for my people. You're not special. And sooner or later, we are all going to realize that. Once the TikTok is over, once these generations grow up, and realize, oh shit, I'm not special. Because that's what they do. They grow up believing that they're special. They're taught all these things. This wokeism, this Marxist communist ideology. Because they're breeding revolutionaries. And all revolutionaries believe they're special. All the useful idiots believe they're special. And they're like, yeah. They get out of high school and they're like, yeah. They got 13 face piercings and their hair is blue or green or whatever. Their pronouns or whatever the fuck they wanted to be. Yeah, that trophy mentality, right? Yeah, and then they get into college and reaffirms it. Now they have task and purpose and function to their ideology. But once they get out into that open world, oh shit! What do you mean I gotta pay bills? What is this? What is this taxes? What do you mean? Profane. What do you mean I gotta watch what I eat or I'll get diabetes? What? What do you mean nobody cares what I believe? Yeah, uses of litter boxes. I'm special. I've been told that many, many times. I have a doctrine in speciality, right? I have gender studies under my belt. I'm special. Yeah, right, Lady Smith. When you get skin in the game, you're like, oh shit. Right, Barney. Even the useful idiots realize, oh shit, we've been lied to. Eventually, when they get older, unless they find the grift. That's what you see with the Weatherman. Look at the history of the Weathermen. Yeah, the Weathermen are they were around in the '60s. They were very very active, in trying to push the socialist movement through social engineering. Screw them for dinosaur. And they did bombings, and they did beatings. They tried to do some assassinations. I think they did assassinations. They killed some ambulance workers. They did all kinds of weird shit. So metal. Yet most of them were kids, young college kids. They were running about. Bernie, Dorsey, Jason knows. Yet when they got older, they said, well, this can't pay the bills, so I might as well double down into it, become a professor, become a philanthropist, carry on this great socialist work, because there's a massive amount of hierarchical, like historical people that sit back and go, oh, you want to carry further on your career in this. Here you go. Here's a bunch of money to continue the work. And so that's how you got Antifa. That's how you got BLM. Their founders were the Weathermen. Their financial backers were the Weathermen. Those people were special, right? No, because there's always going to be some kind of idiot that wants to carry on that work and push it forward. They do it for the betterment of others, right? What's up, Jeff Claw? But it's funny how a socialist Marxist regime ideology, which believes that it is the good, it is the will of one must benefit the will of everyone. You know? This idea that no one is special. Subdivision. Yet you have to be special to do the work. Yet everyone that makes it up into the higher ranks of the socialist hierarchy are very special. They live a life of luxury. They do what they want. They can eat red meats. They can drive fancy cars. They can screw young girls and young boys, dogs and cats, even if they want. Whatever they want to do. They just have to do the work, right? And they're absolutely special, untouched. Yet me and you, if we're late on our mortgage payment, if we don't pay our taxes, don't pay your land tax, everything gets taken away. Gone. See ya. Goodbye. Go cuss out a police officer. Go to a PTA meeting and cuss everybody out. Just do it. See what happens. Well, in Kobe's, they arrested people. Oh yeah, they will, Loretta, because they will drink themselves to sleep. Yeah. See, the human condition, we absolutely believe that we are special, that we are one of a kind, that our minds, that we think for ourselves, that we act on our own fruition. Everything comes down to social engineering. Like a well laid out traffic plan for a city. That's the way it is. You fall in line, you fall in queue, you do what you're supposed to do. Think what you want to think. Say what you want to say, wear whatever kind of t-shirts you want. Until you get to work, then you gotta take that shit off, put your fucking uniform on. Conform. See, it's that conformity. We want to conform. That's why during the COVID, we've seen so many self-regulators and self-managers come out. Karens, hey, put your mask on, you're gonna kill me. Turning people in. That carries over. That carries forward. There's so many incentives for you to rat out your neighbors, rat out your fellow citizens, because then you're special. You're more special than them. Yeah. Day and age, regulate this. I have to say, the defiance of the American people is some of the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Defiance of the human spirit, because it's not only just contained to America. It's more prevalent here. Yet here, we've also been lied to. We believe that all we have to do is go, hey, we got the 2A now. Come on, back the fuck up. They didn't back up. They doubled down. They tripled down. AI is going to take over everything. It's going to control everything you do. You don't have to take away the guns. It's got to take away your will to fight. And how do they do that? Well, through the great preoccupation. You got to go to work. You want good things. You want a house. You want land. You want cars. You want pew pews. You want money. You want food. You want the best. You want these. You want that. Well, you got to play a game. There's only one game in town. Many ways to play that game. There's many ways. Many ways. You can work hard, you can work smart, you can start your own business even. I mean, that's the thing too. You can start your own business, but you still have to play the game. The game that they want you to play. I mean, they don't have to take them, Dan H. They don't have to take them. You can keep them. They're still going to own you. They still own you. They own us all. And soon, and very, very soon, they will own everything. That's how you destroy the soul. Through constant pressure. Constant work. And absolutely tricking someone into say, hey, this ain't so bad. This is fine. If I just keep my mouth shut, keep my head down, and keep, grinding my fingers to the bone, I'll be okay. I'll survive. I'll be fine. And everybody's divided in that. That's how they've divided us. That's how they've divided and conquered. That's how they've injected individuality and speciality. You are so special. Look at you out there working. That's great. You're not special. You're just part of the machine, man. That's it. Right, metal? Right? Yeah. Social Security. Yeah. That's your inmate number. Welcome to the big prison. Right, Wolfgang? Well, I mean, and there's ways and means to deal with people like that too. Right? They either get ignored, the isolation, like fine, but the social credit score thing, you get no money, you get no job, you can't travel, you're not allowed on any social media whatsoever, can't buy anything. And if you go on the streets and become a homeless person, like begging for money, nobody's going to give you money because they know that your social credit score is so low that if they are seen talking to you or hanging out with you, then they themselves will lose points on their social credit scores. One half of the working class and get rid of the other half, right? And strive with a blackened soul, right? Yeah, that's the thing nowadays. Our convictions used to be strong back in the day. Back in the, oh my God, 30s, 40s, 50s. They changed all that, didn't they? They did. Changed all that. Fiat currency in Jekyll Island. Someone say that's when it started. No, I say it started way before that. It started way before the Civil War. Yeah, Pilgrim. I mean, that's the thing. You go feral, then what? They're going to just round you up. It'd be easy to. There'd be no place to hide. There'd be no place. They know where you're going to be. Like, okay, you're going to be feral. You're going to be homeless. You're going to be living in that area over there. Because there's a soup kitchen that we're still trying to close down. So we know they're going to be over there in that area. Or if you're going to be on the outskirts of the city. You're going to be in the woods. You're going to be in the wildlands, the badlands. Nobody likes to go to, except for hunters and the occasional fucking captured rooms, captured kill squads that's going to come through, wipe the land clean. And there's going to be nobody to help you. So echo dragonfly. It's exactly what it is, Pilgrim. Absolutely. What's up, Rum Runners? That's right. Right? Yeah, we just talked about that. Your neighbors and coworkers and family will turn you in. Remember that push back in the day? You know, they were having kids in school fill out questionnaires. Does your mom have guns? Does your mommy and daddy have guns? Is there American flags everywhere? Are you a patriot? Yeah. Turn your mom and dad in. The kids don't know any different. You think they're doing something. You think they're helping.
I'm helping.
Yeah. No.
I'm in danger.
That's right. That includes depopulation. That's right, Jason Smith. Yeah. Yeah. You will be a part of the machine. And sometimes that part of the machine becomes obsolete and you were deleted. There's a reason why the Georgia Guidestones disappeared. Because they are starting their plan. They're starting. That's when they started. That's when they officially did their opening, their grand opening. That's why they did it. It wasn't some person going, "Hey, all right, yeah, yep, yeah, hey gal." There's tons of the flock is just so easy. It's just easier, right? The drones come later. Yeah, the drones will come later. Yeah, we'll have that whole dystopian nightmare. Right, Holly. I do have hopes for the kids because a lot of them have started to see early on what the fuck's going on. Right? They're like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? You know, and they see the hypocrisy in the older generation because we grew up in a different time. A different time where it was okay to be patriotic. It was okay to do things. But yet we still play into the system. We still play into the beast. We are the beast. Don't you get it? We are the beast. We pay and facilitate most of the wars in this world. Most of them. Throughout history, mind you. We have participated in many depopulation events. Our government, and we paid taxes, and we joined the fight to go forth to other countries and to kill someone we don't know for some oil or some diamonds or whatever the case, whatever the special interest is. Yeah, you veterans, we've been lied to, been absolutely lied to. Absolutely lied to. That's what I realized in Africa. Yeah, I helped some folks. That's my main reason for being there. Operation Noble Uplisk. But there are other operations that were going on that it was like, what? Y'all hit a diamond mine? What? Okay, why couldn't I get in on that? You know what I'm saying? But it had me a couple diamonds, kind of, in my little fucking, breast pocket. I've been okay, right? No. We're always being lied to. For what reason? What purpose? Now we find out Venezuela is all about the oil. Not about the cartels. It's about the oil. Which we already knew it was. Everything's a lie. Everything's an elaborate lie. We are living a lie. Until you realize that. You are not special. Even if you do realize it and figure it out, you're still going to go gray man. You're still going to be like, all right, well, I'll be a part of the system. Yet in my mind and in my heart, I will not be part of the system. You're still the fucking system. You're still doing the fucking things they want you to do. You're still conforming. You're still doing what you're told. Oh, what is it, Kentucky? What's up, Kentucky Survival? It ain't the old either. You know, you're right. You're probably right about that. There's a lot of Chinese and Russian influences that we're trying to stop there as well. My mama says I'm special, right? You know how many veterans hate the government? Worked for the government? You know what I'm saying? What's up, rule? You're not special. You didn't make a difference. There's maybe like a finite amount of people that actually make a difference. But then they're gone. Poof, ninja vanish. Deleted. Oh wow. Wow, Jason. Skull, right? The Buster. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. At any point in time, they could turn the screws on me, and my life is a living hell. They can make a traffic stop. Oh my God! Why is there like 13 pounds of cocaine and RPG and automatic weapons in here? What? Why are all these pictures of kids in compromising positions on your social media? You know what? What's this ISIS flag? What the hell? No, folks. We got some Chomo terrorists. Boom, off to jail I go for the rest of my life, where they just take me around back, just pop me in the back of the head, throw me in the wood chipper. How ironic to get wood chippered by a pedo. That's who runs this damn country. That's who runs the world. Twin Arrow Survivals. What's up? We know who's doing this. We know. Yet we don't do anything about it. All we do is talk shit. Which is something, I guess. That's what they do. That's all they do. They spread lies and misinformation and create their own little social engineering, dichotomy where everyone believes in a certain way that they believe. They want you to believe a certain way, even if it's just fear, even if it's just doubt. Divide and conquer. Wood chipper nationalism. I'd love to see that, Jason. I would. That's right. You did it. See? She's telling on you already. We get those special favors. Guess what? You get 3 more extra cans of food this week on your food rations. Congratulations. Oh yes, AI is absolutely making it easier. It is a information war. AI, this whole AI, y'all don't understand. It's not just AI, it's information gathering and processing. And the way that they link everyone to everyone, or everyone to everything. That's how they it's not just knowing everything about you. It's knowing how you relate to the person that is connected to you. And all the systems that are required. They are studying us on a grand scale. Soon and very soon, it's going to come to the AI governance. and we will be either pulled into line, pulled into the doctrinate. We will be indoctrinated, which we're already halfway there, or we'll be taken out with public opinion being the highest. Yeah, we gotta get rid of them. Yeah, we gotta go. Yeah, get rid of these guys. They're not patriots. They're terrorists. They're DMTs or whatever. You know, the dangerous violent terrorists, the domesticated violent terrorists, whatever. You know, we will be. Everyone will be labeled and categorized, even though everybody's special. Your specialities will be categorized. Right, Jason? Yeah, I got a lot to say about Trump. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. Just as I suspected. I had this little thing. I was like, I don't know if I trust him, man. I'm gonna vote for him anyway because he seemed like he's doing a great job. Boom! He fucks us. He fucks us over, big time. Massive data centers going everywhere. Massive. He is bringing about the AI consortium, the imperialism. If he runs for a third term, I mean, think about all the other damage he can do. What is Donald Trump's speciality? What is his speciality? Because we already know he's fucking compromised as a motherfucker. Yeah, I believe he's a chomo. I do. I really do. Is there definitive proof? No. But I can ascertain as much. Just saying. You look at all the leaders, all of them, and you realize that it's a selection. They were selected for a certain task and purpose. The Trumpster, his was to bring about this AI infrastructure, this data center infrastructure. As soon as data centers came to being, I was like, why? Why do we need all these data centers soaking up all our energy? And we're paying for it? What the fuck? All our water, all our resources? Why? And why was he in the bed with other powerful chomos like the Gates and the Palantir guys and I want to say Alderell, but he seems like he's pretty cool, but he's part of it too. Billy Bob, whatever the fuck his name is, Elon Musk, all these guys, they seem like they're just like they're okay, like they're presentable on the sniff test. Just something in the back of your mind is like, I don't trust this motherfucker. I don't trust you. But I'm gonna make my mark and sign you in anyway. Make you our CEO of the free world. And what does he fucking do? Promises us everything. Gives us nothing but just tyranny. Absolute tyranny. Doge, that was a failure. The Epstein files, absolute failure. His just the way he reacted alone to how the Epstein files were dealt with tells me he has something to do with it. And then we find out, yeah, his name was like in the record 600 times. But even then, that's also a lie. We'll never really find out. What's up, Billy? We'll never really find out who's on the fucking list. We'll find out later on. Later on, years later, when it doesn't fucking matter. Right, Maccabeus? To the highest bidder. And you know why they want to fight with China? This is my theory of why we're going to war with China. Because China has the best system and we want the best system. They have the best social engineering system because they use it for me in their socialist paradigm to make the perfect worker, right? The perfect worker, the perfect manageable society, manageable citizen, and they want that here. Trump is all about that life, man. He's all about that life. How many fucking companies and corporations has he just taken over and just redid everything? You know, if your name was on a list somewhere, and it's funny too because he lobbied during the presidency that he was going to release the list. And then when he found out, oh yeah, I can release the list, and his name was on there 600 fucking times, he said, no, we can't release the list. You got to redact the shit out of it. And you're stupid if you want to release the list. Thomas Massie, what's the Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these uncompromised people in our government were pushed out. Pushed out. Yeah, I don't like Trump too much. Yeah, I don't trust him. I don't fucking trust him. I don't trust any of the government. Which is healthy. Which is absolutely healthy. But you know what? I'm not special in saying that. Everybody with any kind of brain in their head, from the newest generation to the oldest generation, knows that this is a fucking lie. So we're not special. Not special at all. But we're not going to do anything about it. Nope. Not going to do a fucking thing about it. It's just going to happen. We're going to allow this shit to happen. Well, I mean, Hickow, yeah, right. And so that's the other thing. He doesn't he could he now it makes sense, right? A billionaire that didn't need to get into politics at all whatsoever. He has everything he ever wanted to. He can go anywhere, do anything in the whole world. Him and his whole family, right? But he decided, for some strange reason, to become a part of the United States of America CEO presidency, to run for presidency, and he won. And he donates all his money. He says he donates his salary. I mean, he doesn't need it. I don't know. Sounds great, right? Wow, this president's so rich, he doesn't even need his money. And it makes sense. He had no reason to join except for one, to bring about the techno-autocracy. To bring it all in. Start laying down that infrastructure. The data centers. These massive data centers. Massive. It's massive surveillance state. Yeah, you're right, Zombie. They warned us. We did not heed it. Someone that rich doesn't need money. He needs power. We know Trump's all about that power. I mean, yeah, right, oops, that's a great idea. But it is tied into our infrastructure. To turn off the power, we have to turn off us as well. We have to literally go back to the Stone Age. Or the medieval age, or the pre-industrial age. We have to live. We have to change our lifestyle dramatically to going to the most convenient and technologically advanced society in the history of the world to back to horse and buggy. back to manual labor. No more cell phones, no more credit cards. We use pieces of gold or bottle caps or whatever fuck we're going to use as currency. Ghost Lincoln, yeah, tabs, like the soda tabs, the energy drink tabs. That'll be your currency. We have proven to our forefathers that we are not special. Do you understand that? What's up, DJ? The republic is yours, only if you can keep it. Good luck. We gave it away freely. It is signed away in the permissions on our phone. So, Blackbird, we are not special. Sorry to say. I don't care if you're standing on your soapbox in the middle of town square and you're rabble, 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 or you're a cog in the wheel and you're working for the man, or if you've decided to disappear into the wilderness, into the great waste, be a road warrior, live off the grid, you're not special. You've done nothing to help. Nothing at all. And now we've allowed, so Southern Dave, now we've allowed foreign special interest groups, small hats, the big hats, the top hats, the bonnets, all these on the highways of Valhalla. We've allowed them to dictate policy. We've allowed other countries, Israel, how much money did they get? Billions. Billions of money. From who? Our government? Where'd they get it from? Hi, Mr. Taxpayer. That's who they got it from. Yeah, we said nothing about it. Whatever happened to America first? We're constantly being lied to. How can you possibly believe anything anyone says up there to be fucking true? It's all about manipulation. It's all about power. It's all about control. When are we going to realize this? The people of the world already fucking know. There's places worse off than here. Go to Europe. Go to Britain. Go to Australia. Replacement migration. The idea, everything. Just think about the lies. Our diversity gives us strength. That's what King Charles said during Christmas speech. Our diversity allows us to find the strength to do the right thing. Who's telling them to do the right thing? Who decides what the right fucking thing is? Yeah, those in power. We have forgotten that we are the power. We, the people. We dictated to the government and the world that we are free. Yet guess what? No, we're not. You are not free. You are not special. We have forgotten the face of our fathers. Our ancestors are screaming behind us. What the fuck are you doing? It's not a call to arms. This is not a call to action. This is none of that. This is just the stark realization that we are not special. We will go the way of the dodo bird. The United States of America, the constitutional republic, is gone. It only exists as a historical marker It's not even taught in schools anymore. Civics, remember civics? Those of you old enough to understand. No one's a patriot anymore. A patriot, a true patriot, is someone that fights for their country. Thank you for your service. Service to who? Service to what? I did nothing to protect anyone here in the United States of America. By going out to another foreign country and doing the things that the military does. I didn't do shit. I didn't help anybody. The only thing I helped was my government to become more powerful and more richer. That's it. That's all. That's why I got the Marine Corps. Am I jaded? Fuck yeah, I'm jaded. Did I enjoy my time? Yes. Was I extremely patriotic when I joined the military? Hell yeah, I was. I was a red-blooded American. I was ready to put in my service and put my sacrifice. I'm fine. I'll die. I don't care. Put my body in a pine box and pin my medals on my chest. Tell my mom I did my best. That kind of shit. It's not special. Nothing special about it. To even assign an honor about it. There's an air of reverence over it. And we congratulate those who did the things that we could not do. That's great. What's up, Dusty Rhodes? Those of you that never joined the military, stayed in that company that you were working in, and you stayed there for 30, 40, 50 years, and you retired. Did you get a pension? Or did you get a coffee cup? Maybe you got a lunchbox. Maybe you got a little pin. Thank you for your service, 25 years. You're gone. They will not talk about you ever again. Maybe something that you did along the way in your company made them think, hey, maybe we need to change some kind of policy. Maybe what you did and what you showed us, because you're smart and we own you, maybe we'll take what your great ideas and put them into our practice. Nobody remember it was you. I know, because I did it. I did it in the family business that turned corporate. Who makes their own way anymore? Who forges their own path now? The path has been set and chosen for you. There is allowable tolerances for you to be creative in the path that you choose. Now here in America, that's pretty cool. We can do whatever we want. I mean, I could stop right now today and go to school, become a nurse, become a general practitioner. I could drop everything. I go to and become an accountant. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. Be whatever the fuck I want to be, right? Fucking dye my hair blue, put metal in my face, and put some coconuts in my shirt, and call me the bearded lady. That's right. My pronouns are Caesar, right? Whatever, fuck ever. I identify as a Sasquatch. That's right. The good soldier boy. That's right. Indoctrination camps of our schools taught us to be slaves. You're either a good worker or a good soldier. You pick and choose. That's fine. But we do it anyway because there's no other path. Or the right path, the path that's hard. What's up, Carolina Ohm stuff? The righteous path, it's hard. It's hard, and you better be a hard person to do it. You better be willing to sacrifice everything to walk that path. and the path at any time can abruptly end for you. Because that path, nobody wants you. The powers that be do not want you on that path. Because it motivates others to walk the same path. And if more people walk that same righteous path, righteous American patriot ideological path, then they know they're in trouble. It can shake in the foundation of their democracy, of their power and control. And the whole point that I'm saying democracy, that's just a troll on them. Threat to democracy, a threat to democracy, a threat to democracy. How many times do we hear that? Individuality and being special in this country used to mean something. It used to mean something. Now, it's nothing. Nothing special. And if you want to be special, well, the only way you're going to be special in their eyes is to be the scapegoat or the gaslight story that they tell on the 9 o'clock news. They finally got you. We got them, folks. We got them. We got them. You're like Cash Patel out there. We got them, folks. I don't know where he's looking. Look at who's in charge. It's a fucking clown show. Here in America, we think we're okay. Here in America, we think we chose the right people, right? You know, there's people that have been in power for 30, 40, 50 years. Still there. Yeah, see you in Valhalla, brother. Fuck you. No, I won't see you in Valhalla. Matter of fact, it's called Valhalla, but you know, Cash ain't got shit. Yeah, fuck him. I mean, he's this big. The chances are that Mr. Cash is a middle-aged gay man, right? Little middle-aged gay man. That's, I mean, you know, with a really hot girlfriend who is probably his handler, right? I mean, I'm just speculating here, you know. Ding, ding, ding! If you think I'm right, right? Give me the fuck you emoji if you think I'm right. But I believe his girlfriend is the one in charge of the FBI. That's who's in charge of the fucking FBI. And she's probably a small hat. Yeah. Y'all ever heard of Mossad? I mean, the whole thing, the Epstein files. It's everybody's looking at Jeffrey. It's not Jeffrey. It was never about Jeffrey. Jeffrey was the tip of the iceberg. And you might remember the trial by axe, Ghislaine. That's right. Ghislaine, his wife, she was part of a M that her daddy started. Check out trial by axe, Ghislaine Maxwell, trial by axe special guest. I did a deep dive on that. Daddy was screwing daughter and then pimping out daughter to everybody in the world so he could get that honeypot. Yeah, the honeypot operation on everyone and blackmail them. So it wasn't Jeffrey. Jeffrey was just a loose end. Jeffrey was the vehicle. The real devil was his wife and his father-in-law and whoever they never. It's heretical. It's family business. So it just resorts back to who's back. Who? Okay, boom. We just lost our front man. Okay, we just lost our man in the trenches. Well, that sucks. Got to find a new one. Yeah. Well, they had several. And once they've served their purpose and they've the eye of Saruman is upon them, they get deleted, just like Diddy, just like Jeffrey. Right, Holly? Yeah, yeah. And that's the point of having a homogeneous society. Now we worked hard in this country to become the melting pot of the world, the great experiment where most people, most lands, most countries, there's just one type of person there, right? If you're Japanese, guess what? You can see nothing but Japanese. You might see a foreigner every now and then. And you're just, you don't have anything to do with them. You're like, whatever, don't even sell them any sake, fine, right? Just go about your business being a Japanese. But now, even Japan is having a replacement migration problem and has actually said no more. That's it, we're done. Right? We got too many, and they're already creating problems. Here in this country, we're like, we did the work on ourselves. We allowed ourselves to, in the beginning, right? Quick little demographic study. It was mostly white men, mostly white people that came over here, Christians that were tired of being persecuted, rich veterans from the British conquest, British military and other militaries that came to this country because there was nowhere else they could go because all the land was taxed. If you started a farm, you had to give like half or 70% of your product to the government, to the tax collector. So they were tired of that shit. So they came here, and yes, they did slavery. And they bought, it's so fucked up because they bought slaves from the same people they were running from, the same tyrannical regime that they were running from. The East Indian Trading Company. Yeah. Bought and owned by the crown. We had sympathizers. We had British sympathizers, throughout this country during that time. That's why they talk about the 1%ers, the 3%ers. Because that's the only ones that said that's enough. Everybody else was not special. They're like, no, we love the crown. We know what the crown will do to you. Worried about the consequences, right? So we grew up in a fairly homogeneous society. And then we had a small population of slaves, black people, 300,000 or so. And then they started to grow up. And then they started getting a voice. And then we gave them a voice. And then we allowed them, the people, the white homogeneous society said, you know what? Okay, black folks, you got something. You people too. All right, cool. All right. And then, of course, all these other people start coming in. The Chinese were here. I mean, it's the diversity grew. And even though everybody was from somewhere else in the world, with some other type of cultural background, with some other type of religious background, with whatever, they still were considered Americans. So that was the fabric that the chains that bind us together as Americans. We were all Americans. Regardless of race, color, creed, religion, you're still American. And you are special because you could do what you want. Do what you want, say what you want, believe what you want, but at the end of the day, you're still American. Right? You can do what you want. Now that is even being challenged. You see, during the what do you call them? Grandpa ice cream, the Grandpa ice cream years, the DVTs, the battle against Christianity, the fight against Christianity. Wow, 79. Yeah, especially when they hit. Oops. There was a war on Christianity. There was a war on the homogeneous society. Now, yes, majority, there are 70% of this country are white. 70%, I think. More than 70%. Okay, but we don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cared. I mean, I had black friends, I had white friends, I had Chinese friends. I love culture, I love religion, I love diversity, and I love, and I don't consider myself, you know, my race is a human race, right? I understand and acknowledge my ancestors and my background, but I also understand my place in this world today, in this country, in this world, in this America, in this great constitutional republic, in my relationship with everyone here. And me, of course, getting to tour the world, which of course is nothing special, right? I was one of 1,500 other people that were touring the world at the same time. We get to do that shit in the military. We worked really hard to understand and to make fun of each other's diversities. I mean, the insults and the jokes that, oh my god, nowadays would just land you in prison if I said a racist joke, right? But back in the day, it was just like, all right, oh really, you got jokes, let's go, right? And there would be a circle, there'd be a circle around, and everybody's talking shit about everybody. Look at you, fucking skillet head, what the fuck, right? Crack a ass, crack a, right? Whatever. I mean, and we just had fun. It's a way of bonding, right? The days of Carlos Mencia, I remember him, the mind of Mencia. It's the last. I think that was the last banter that we heard of that diversity, that just making fun of everybody. Now we got that one guy running around, and he goes to other countries and ranks them in their country. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, but now everybody's butthurt. Now, if it's even an implication that it might be racist, or what's it called? Appropriation, right? I'm appropriating another culture, and that's racist. What do you mean? You talking about bullshit? Well, I can't be white and enjoy some rap. Can't write a rap song. I mean, it's all about it now. But nowadays, nobody's special. Everything's done. Everything's out there. Everything is a message that is getting lost in a sea of messages. Show and tell, right? You're not special. Okay, here we go. Hang on a gosh darn minute. I recognize this Mad Shag guy. He's Santa Claus. Hey, dude, you stiffed me this year. What's up with that Santa? Oh, don't worry. You'll be getting a suppressor one day. It's the hot thing. The last 70% of my day. And on top of that, his giveaway was rigged allegedly. No, it was legit. It did have some issues. It had some problems that we had to work through, but we figured out. My name is Metal, but I'll play Madonna. Oh yes. So that's all I got, folks. That is my rant And now I open it up to the panel for your thoughts and concerns. And if you want to, argue the point, debate why we are special, please feel free. Whatever the case may be, that's fine. I don't care. I'm willing to talk about it. I have offended fatigue. I like that. Everybody, folks, we're going to have to pause the live stream because Show and Tell will be right back. And we cannot continue with the live stream until she returns back in chat. So please, everyone, hang on while she goes and uses the bathroom or something. Whatever the case may be. Zombie. Vision.
What's going on, bro?
I hear you. How you doing, bro?
How's it going today, fellas? How's everybody's holidays worked out for them?
All right, Zombie.
Good, Zombie.
I
got exactly what I wanted for Christmas. Not a dang thing to do all day long.
That's what I did. It was pretty cool. It was my choice too.
I did the family thing, hung out with the family, hung out with the in-laws, and came home.
Right on.
Went to church first thing in the morning. So,
right on.
Yeah. But,
I had another rant too.
Go right ahead, because you have been dead on point all day so far, and I
was expecting somebody to disagree with me.
No, I agree with you 100%, and I'm not going to go down that road, but for the people of color that are here in this country. And I can only speak for myself. I don't look.
Go ahead, Trent.
I don't look for a handout. Don't give me a handout. You give me the same opportunity that you gave everybody else. Plain and simple.
Right, and you ran with it. There's a lot of examples of people just saying, "All right, cool, I can do this. Let's go." Right.
Exactly. So I agree with you, bro. You get no argument or concerns from me. Hey, we cut from the same cloth. So
right.
They say, that old saying is you usually realize your father and your grandfathers were right when you have a son that says you're wrong.
Yeah.
Right. And
so the founders
that's
us
point too. Our fathers, our forefathers, they weren't perfect.
Nope, not even close.
They had flaws. They had serious flaws. That today we would look at and go, "What the fuck? No, don't do that." What's up, one? Why would you do that? It's how much are you willing to compromise yourself for your survival or for your success?
Yep.
Nowadays, it's all about that success. And how much are you willing to compromise? Ask any OnlyFans page 10 years from the date that they started their channel, how much they compromised themselves.
Yep. And is it worth it to you? If it's worth it to you, then good for you.
Right.
I have my own set of morals and values, and there are things that I just will not even compromise, plain and simple. So.
Right.
Yep. And or things I won't deal with and or put up with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? We're being taught nowadays to put up with it.
Yeah. No.
to allow
And
it.
yeah. And nowadays, right is wrong and what's wrong is right. And I'm like, no, wrong is wrong and wrong will always be wrong.
To become tolerable,
Yeah.
to be tolerable of people's viewpoints, people's ideology, people's sexuality, people's preferences, people's their religious affiliations, right?
You know, they play
I'm not a
they
Christian.
play this
I'm not a
they
Christian.
play it like they play it like a game, like people say the card game, you know, the black card, the racial card, the cards. And I'm the kind of person that says, hey, look, let's just fucking show all the cards that you got over there, and let's reshuffle the deck. You know, it's because I find it ironic that
So-
people find it, they consider it a game, a card game. You know, it's serious to some of us. You know what goes on. You
I
got
see that. Yeah, right. And
you
that
got
just
people. I try to say what I know instead of what I don't know. But you got people that's considered they're so behind on because when people control certain media, only the more prominently educated people get a chance to first look at that, and then later the regular people discover, well, hell, they can do that, and you say, yeah, they can. The fact is it's like discoveries like in the military side of it. I'll spill it. You know, sonar man. What they see on that sonar, and you say, well, how in the hell can they figure out what that is? And then all of a sudden you increase that ability. Well, then look it up. It's true. You can fact check it. It's the 4G, 5G, and the future 6G network. It doesn't need a camera to see you inside your room. All it needs is a Wi-Fi signal.
Correct.
That's it.
Correct.
And the fact of the matter is the frequency can be sensed, and you have to understand that, like the modern control signal data control signal towers. Well, that's like having thousands of laser pointers pointed at you or anything that moves inside of a certain space.
Correct.
And it has the capability.
Right. And real quick, Zombie, and you can finish. Do you know that the military does not reference or say cell phone towers? They call them direct energy towers.
Yeah, well, the thing is you got to understand that my standpoint in that is to say, okay, engineering, I was an engineer. That was my task. And the engineer says, okay, I've got a sorting belt. This don't make sense to some people till you describe it to them. I've got a sorting belt inside of a manufacturing facility that can take a laser beam being broke and take a burst of air and remove something from seed corn when it flows through there. Thousands and thousands of fucking millions of grains of seed. And it can take a rock out of all of that. Well, the thing about it is whenever somebody says, when it comes to the national defense, and it's sort of like this. Whenever that artificial intelligence that's running that system says everything inside of 2 miles square, even the mice, the butterfly, which way the wind's blowing, who's talking to who on whatever, it don't matter. It just knows you're there. It can target you. Just like when you see that in the Ukrainian, I study some of that Ukrainian warfare, but the warfare is correct. Some of the scenes that you see will see a photo image of a green square. That's a targeted. That's something inside that square that AI software has targeted as an enemy. It doesn't need sunlight. It doesn't need body heat. All it needs is movement. So some of the Ukrainian soldiers, have been falling for that says, hey, if you stand still and if you be real still when there's a drone around, then it won't get you. Well, that's proven to be a failure because it knows you're there already. It's just been tracking you. It knew if you stopped. It knows everything. So whenever you're in your house with your 5G signal blasting out, it doesn't need a camera. It doesn't need a satellite. All it needs is that digital signal bouncing through your space that you're in. That's all. It doesn't need anything else. It can sense. And I've seen this in some of the paperwork. It can actually sense if you're breathing inside of a room. And it's not.
That's some that is a profound observation and absolutely fact. Everybody thinks it's not going to happen to me. Guess what? It already has.
Already has.
Already has. We are
You're
here.
living
We
in
are
what?
We are in
You're
the
living in
fucking
what?
trenches, and we are being targeted.
Back when they say, hey, you got to go in the box on this, and I'd say, okay. And we sat inside of a room, and we were given specific laws and orders and everything about what was going to happen inside that box. But out here in the world, they've created this huge box. We're all in it, and nobody even knows how and why they're in the box. They don't know what's going on till it's like surprise, surprise, surprise. You know, we have the power. You will be the slave. We don't care what color your skin is. We don't care anything about that. You will service us. Your servants. They have made us servitude.
Yeah.
They've brought us into servitude.
Welcome to the techno-autocracy.
Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
I mean, there's nothing special about anyone.
Nope.
Even them allowing me to just sit here and fucking talk shit and tell everyone the truth. What? I mean, how many? 37 people see it. 37 people are here.
I got a question for y'all.
Maybe 100 people are watching. Maybe 5 or 6 shared.
Yep. I got a question for y'all. When they marketed this new 5G, they said your internet's going to get faster. Your internet has never been faster than the day you got it till now. Never. And it never will be.
I mean, I can make an observation from the AOL days. I mean, I can do that, you know, where it took like 30 minutes to an hour to freaking upload the freaking software so I can actually get online and talk to people. But, you know, now it's instant, right? But that's to a detriment because they just keep it on.
Right.
They never turn it off. We can't turn this off. That's how are we going to turn this off? The only way we're going to turn this off is that we're going to have to go in there and brick by brick, wire by wire, dismantle everything. And you got to get past the fucking the fire drones and the robot dogs and the Terminators and the flying drones of death and you know yeah, good luck with that. But you know that's the only way. Or we do the walk away.
Yep.
We either fight. And it's an impossible fight, or we do the walk away. And even if we walk away, even if we fight, they already have, like we talk about pace, a contingency. They already have the contingency for that.
Right.
It's already built in. All they have to do is go, oh, we have this going on. Okay, boom. It enacts Order 257 worldwide. Boom. There you go.
Yep.
Done. The contingencies are there. We are not special anymore. Nothing we do, not even the people that are in charge of these programs, they're not special either. They're just cogs in a wheel, you know, doing the will of their master. Just like us, whether we want to or not, we are doing the will of our master, the machine.
I knew I was
That's
going
my
to have to
point.
smoke. I knew I was going to have to smoke the rest of this before this conversation was over.
Oh yeah. Yeah, drugs and alcohol. Drugs, alcohol, vice, gambling. You know, these have been ways of controlling the
House
the
of ill
revolutionary that angst of humanity. We have an angst inside us that, if left unchecked, will literally create a firestorm across the land of rebelliousness.
Right.
So they have to dumb us down. They have to give us drugs. They have to give us alcohol, cigarettes. They gotta give us gambling, something to channel our rebellious, destructive energies into something else.
We will allow you to have this.
Yeah. And then from there,
We will not
sex is involved in this too, right? Sex is involved as well, right? You know, having the skinny house, which, you know, places like Europe and the rest of the world see that as a time-honored tradition for over thousands of years, I guess. But still, my point is that all of those things are used to subdue humanity, the human spirits, the human angst. It also is a vehicle to pervert it.
Yep.
Because
humans are
now
horny.
that we crave an escape. We crave a dopamine overload experience, right? You know, like jumping out of a freaking airplane or some shit. You know, whatever. But with the vices, they can ramp up and make it more debaucherous. Hence why we see all the maps and the chomos and things and of course the LGBTQ thing. You know, nobody really cared about that shit before. Nobody really cared. I mean, I was like, whatever, all right, fine. You know, do what you got to do, bro.
It put all
You
of
do
that.
you, bro. I'm gonna go this way. We still be
all of
friends.
that. All of that making enemies. All of that making enemies of the transgenders and stuff. Well, that set all the gay, quiet people back 20 years in history because of them going out here in such a blatant manner and being publicly represented by politicians. You know what I mean? So it set them back 20 years.
It's
The gay
part of the
people
subversion.
now, their freedom.
It doesn't.
Gay,
if there was no gay people, it would be people that work, or it would be farmers against the workers, or it would be, you know, saying people with hair, people with not hair, people with beards. I mean, any way that they can create a division, that they notice a division, then they can work their subversion and, you know, take that person that and marginalize them and say, hey, you're being victimized here by those guys over there. You know, it's that you know, trend. You know, saying yo, you gonna let him say that shit about your mama?
Right.
You know,
exactly.
It's that kind of mentality.
Exactly.
And if you were the group of your like-minded individuals, they all want to look at you, go, you gonna take that, bro? You gonna take that disrespect?
Right.
Or, oh my God, you gonna take that respect? That's respect. Oh my God, right? You know, whatever the case may be.
They're gonna play. Listen, they're gonna play us against each other all they can. That's all it is they playing us. You know, when that saying comes out, I think we're being played because you are. Open up your motherfucking ears. You're being played. You know? You can't tell me we got billions and trillions of dollars to send into the government coffers to then turn around and say, hey, we got fucking people inside our country that are homeless. Bullshit.
Right.
One stroke of a fucking pen, and we could all live in the Garden of Eden, which our founders wanted us to evolve to. But, you know, you get involved with these warmongers and these power moves and all this other stuff. And I made that video in the live about the English oligarch Wall Street market. That's where you're at. You're never going to own it, and you're going to be happy not owning it because we're going to make you be happy.
And, you know, here's why we're not special. Because we are owned. They own us. We are the stakes and the stakeholders. those who have those they call, and we see this throughout the world, the NATO, you'll see it on their little plaques, stakeholder from Britain, stakeholder from the stakeholder there. Guess who the stakes are? We are. Me and you.
Hey, look,
That's why we're not special.
man, you said it, man. You said it, and you used to say it, the USSR. So I want to see your SS number and the USSR.
No, the USSA. The USSA.
USSA.
The USSA. And I got that actually.
I need to
got
see your
that from,
SS number. You know, I need to see your SS number in this USSA. You know,
oh, okay. Hold on a second. Here it is.
your papers. In your papers.
Exactly.
But I got that saying from a band. It's a song.
Some of us are not going to go down that way. I'm just going to say that they're not going to go down.
You know what? It doesn't matter. That's already
It don't
built into
matter.
the algorithm. The pushback, it's already we are already the rebelliousness and the angst is already in the tolerance, already built into the AI. We're already dealt with. There's already a
That's
plan
right.
for us.
That's why they say if you want your constitution and you want your country and you want your freedom, then freedom ain't free, and you're never going to have your freedoms without fighting. You're going to have to fight all day, every day for the rest of your life to have
Then
freedom.
we stop
Then
fighting.
what is
We
then what is
stopped
freedom?
fighting.
You know what I mean?
We are
Yeah.
done fighting. We're done.
Why should we?
We're done.
Why should we,
There's no more
as a
fighting.
great nation that we are, and people that we are, and all the academics out here in this society, as
Like Kanye.
wisdom, we know we're capable of bringing all of our love together inside this nation, and we don't have anybody struggling, anybody in the streets, nobody, living a certain life. We know that, but we live under the chains when we pay for them of our own repression.
Right.
That's just how it is.
That's my point. We stop fighting. We start paying. We paid a ransom. We said, okay, fine. It's inevitable. Okay. Let's just go ahead and pay our taxes. Let's go ahead and do what you're told.
That's the
Yeah.
best thing I ever heard a woman say. Well, okay. Yeah, that's what we are. We're bitches to it. You know what I mean? We're just bitches to it. Let's just be
That's right.
truthful.
That's it. I mean, we're done fighting. I don't see any fight happening. I don't see any of that. And even if we get some kind of ground, gain some kind of ground or something, have a small little victory. It's just a victory they allowed us to have because it's irrelevant at this point.
Yep.
They're fighting. We're playing chess while they're playing 3D checkers, and we think
Correct.
we're going to win. It's not. When we just need to stop playing the fucking game. Take my
Yep.
ball and go home.
Yep.
I mean, now preparedness, which is a major part of this. That is very relevant. Being prepared, having all the beans, bullets, and band-aids, having all these plans and things of that nature, having all these contingencies, understanding which way the wind blows, and knowing getting some intel what's going on. But even then, they too are doing preparations on a
Yes.
large, grand scale. Yeah, sure. That could be a tactical resupply for us. But they're fighting a different war. They don't care if I have all the beans, bullets, and band-aids. They don't care. Because now they can isolate me. They can target me. And they can have everybody come for me. Take all that shit. Or they can just make me irrelevant. And just boom, I'm gone.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Remember those days, Kanye? Remember those days? Yeah.
Yep.
Taxes. And yeah, this country went to war over a 32-cent tax hike. 32
Sure
cents.
did. Sure did.
How much does the average person pay in taxes?
40%.
33, yeah, 33, 40%. Yeah. Yeah. If not more, 70%, some people.
Right.
Yeah. If you factor in all the other taxes, sales tax and property tax and all this bullshit. The whole concept of money is bullshit.
Yep.
The whole concept of debt is bullshit. That's what we've been lied to. We've been lied. We have been told from day one, as soon as we become part of the working class, you owe a debt. You owe a debt that must be paid every year. Oh, and guess what?
The national.
You live in this area, your township requires you to pay your debt, to pay your toll. Your toll for riding on those roads. You have to pay a service fee for doing anything in the municipalities. It's bullshit, and we allowed it to happen. We allowed it. We actually helped it along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of that debt, and if people want to realize what he's saying is true. It means that with the money, the so-called chains around our neck, we call that government, uses and allocates from
It's not just government.
our hard-earned efforts. But believe it or not, whenever you have a child, everybody inside your household, including yourself, owes in excess of $1 million to pay that off completely, what they already owe presently in operation.
All right. So what happens
That's
when,
for every
hypothetically speaking, a person is born and their debt is paid, $1 million. Here we go. Boom. Now what? Is that person now allowed to carry on the rest of their lives debt free?
It's not.
No.
It's not the way.
No.
It's not the way that.
It's extortion. It's fucking slavery.
Exactly. So
in
you
the
have to take
purest
it back.
sense of the form.
You always take it back.
I said
where
it years
came
ago.
from.
I said it years ago at one of my when I was in South Carolina. Greetings from the Red Coast. Slavery started in South Carolina, and then it ended here. But instead of ending slavery, for the black man, they just enslaved everyone.
Yep.
They just enslaved everyone.
People should understand that it's just not when you look out your door in your neighborhood what's going on. It's what's gone on in history, and that taxation and all that shit got started back when we had our original Constitution, original 10 Constitution and the Founders' Rules. Then it didn't have the government, public offices. Well, they didn't have any money, so they voted their self-capabilities to borrow money from us and never have to pay it back. And ever since then, they've continued that spiral into so much debt. $39 trillion, that's just part of it. That ain't all of it.
Well, see, that's the point too. This is my point too. That's all bullshit. Debt, money is all bullshit. It is a construct.
They deliberately
that is a construct. Even the concept of gold. How can you use fucking gold? How is gold and nowadays, yes, sure. In this world of technology, gold and silver is invaluable in technology, right? That's great. But it's all just a representative thing. It's the evil construct. Money is the root of all evil. Absolutely, it is. Why can't I get paid in salt? I used to get paid in salt. Salt was very valuable. It still is. It's still a very valuable commodity.
Yep.
I mean, how about you pay me in something I can use? Japan, feudal Japan back in the feudal days, when things got really bad, they had this that you get paid in rice. You got paid in rice, and then that allowed you to have more people in your daimo in your area, that workers, because you get to feed them. People will only work for you if you feed them. Right. That just means they don't have to go home and work like fucking dogs to make some rice, because you got rice. So you can dig ditches, you can have samurais, you can have a standing army as long as you got rice. 55,000 bushels of rice, whatever, right? Then rice became a not so much of a it got hard to get. So then they started paying people in fabric. Here's your roll of fabric. What the fuck am I going to do with this roll of fabric? Well, you can make some clothes and sell them for rice.
Yeah. It was
Huh?
all about,
Why don't you just give me rice?
it was,
We don't have any more rice. We're eating it all. So here's some clothes. Here's some fabric.
how many people do you think are estimated in the battle of the Revolutionary War in the beginning of foundation of the country? How many of the British soldiers defected to the American side of that? But you have to understand, they already knew of the empire's ways and everything, so they was a little bit more educated about it. But whenever the Revolutionary War took place and Britain had to retract itself back to its shores, the people of Britain didn't stand up in rebellion to do also to remove the imperial party king. They didn't try to dethrone him over that. The fact of the matter is then later in modern history, where we're at right now in that, is whenever the parliament decides they're going to try to run the country and society, and it's going to be looked after by the monarchy, which proves, somebody says, well, the king ain't the king as same as they used to be. Well, I'll tell you to kiss my ass. When the King of England intervened in a political mess, which he has, it testifies to something that I'm saying. If it's easy, to overthrow that oligarchy of the king, you say, oh, he is the king of Britain. And now 68% of the people have been polled to stand on the side of the king in this matter. But the House, the politicians, the same infection that we allowed inside our country, and that revolutionary separation between royalty. We kept part of that oligarchy of the king and all of that political belief inside this country, and some of it was used to author the Constitution of the people, we the people. But
All right, I need you to get to the point, please.
But the point is whenever that reaches back into this country here, you're going to see these repercussions. You're going to see them. You're going to see people.
I don't think we will.
Ready
I don't think we will. To be argumentative, I don't think we will, because it's already been implemented a long time ago. It's already there. We already have this love for some type of oligarchy, for the king, right? Even though we this is the land of the free and home of the brave without kings and no kings
It was
and shit like
built
that.
in.
We love a oligarchy. We love the fact that we have a look at John F. Kennedy, the last gangster, gangster fucking, one of the OGs, right? He told everybody to go fuck themselves, and he fucked Marilyn Manson and did drugs in the White House. I mean, you can't make that shit up. And of course, he did not want to play ball with the powers that be, the secret government, if you will, all that. He said, "No, I'm not doing this. No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that." There was a plan. There was a plan. I forgot the name of it. Operation Tall Trees or something about trees, where they were going to do a false flag attack using the military on the people of America. And Kennedy was like, "No, hell no. No, that's stupid." I mean, they silenced him. Not only did they silence him, but they erased his bloodline. They made everything that he did and everything now. We still to this day, we don't know who shot him. Lee Harvey Oswald. That's all we know. That guy.
I
And
told
it
something in the chat.
repeats.
I told
That
something.
same thing repeats over. That same theme repeats over and over and over again. Matter of fact, we've seen it 3 times already. 3 times
I
already
said
this
that.
year. We've seen it.
I said that in it. I said that in the chat
Who's the
earlier about Epstein. I said, so you say Epstein's dead? Then show me the body and shut the fuck up. You know, why he could be out here in any
They can't even. They
subdivision
can't even
anywhere,
show us a little list.
anywhere. He could be walking his fucking dog, swimming in a swimming pool, wearing the right clothes, and be unnoticed because they took him into protection. You know.
Or they gave him reconstructive surgery. But you know what?
Yeah.
I think they really did kill him because why keep someone of that nature alive? He was already he was just a little peon. He was
You
nothing
gotta
special.
understand.
And I'm keeping to this
Whenever
thing.
whenever
He was nothing
Snowden,
special. He was only
when
the
Snowden,
vehicle to a means to an end. That was it. And that's how they used him. He was a useful idiot. He was a useful idiot for the M's, right? The small hat M's, which, one could argue they are not. I would say they are not benevolent at all whatsoever, right?
you know, what he knew, yeah, does people actually think that it died with him? You think that there's not hundreds of people around him that knew every detail about it, but they just taking over where he left off. If you don't understand that, they're gonna use
That's what I said before.
For power.
That's what I said before. Yeah. Matter of fact, it wasn't even him. It was just Lane. It was just Lane getting the shit. She's got a puppy. She's got a puppy in prison. She gets to go out and get her nails done, get her hair did in prison. Right? Mr. Jeffrey? No, he was locked in JP. He was constantly fucking under threat of violence. Right? He was left to his own death. Right? They were gonna he knew they're gonna kill me. That's why he went. He took steps. He's like, hey, I'm feeling suicidal. Put me in suicide watch. Hey, put me in protective custody, please. Yada yada yada. And they still got to him. So what does that tell you? And this Ghislaine, she's carrying on her work still, and it's a family business. And even because even so that she's compromised and he was compromised, you see how they dealt with both of them. Jeffrey, like, oh well, he's the one, but he was jaded. He knew it. He knew he was the scapegoat. He knew the fix was in. He knew that they were going to, he was the sacrificial lamb. He knew this going in, right? I say he realized it. Once he got into prison, he realized he was the sacrificial lamb.
You hit on it. You hit on it in conversation before on how you've worked inside the corrections facilities. Okay, well, I've been inside all the federal military prison systems. I've been there. And the fact of the matter is we both know what goes on inside those systems. The guy would have just been better off saying, hey, just put me out in general population and I'm going to take my chances. But no, he went inside that fucking room or was placed inside that fucking room by himself. And believe me, in New York, you think they're going to take a person off like that in New York? You think the gangsters of New York? Well, look at the biggest gangster that there is from New York. Look at him. Who is he? Who's the biggest gangster from fucking New York?
Right?
His name is Donald J. Trump. That's the biggest fucking gangster from fucking New York right there.
Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah.
So,
that's the Muhammad guy.
As people, we kind of forget about it. Oh, we're going to make sure everything's just fucking butterflies and rainbows and sweet and everybody's nice. And they're not, man. This country's ruled over by fucking gangsters and they're money gangsters. That's just who they are. They're titans, Yeah,
and they got so much money that they can do what they want with the money. But for them now, it's all about power. and we know that the Don, since you said he's the gangster, I'm gonna call him the Don, right? The Don is all about he's all about accolades. Look what I did. He wants to be known in history as the guy that did that. I did that. You know, I created all these data centers. I created the dystopian nightmare that is the hellscape of autocratocracy.
His biggest ship.
I mean, he already put his
his
name. He already
battleships.
disgraced the name of Kennedy at a memorial. Put his name there.
battleship.
Above
He
Kennedy's
just
name.
they named it. They named the new battleship class the Trump class. He named his own boat.
Yeah.
You know, did Thomas Jefferson name his own statue? How about Abraham Lincoln? Did they name their own statues? You know,
Right.
they stood for who they were, not what they did. You know, so I mean, whenever you take recognition in somebody that's president of the country, leader of all great nations, and then he wants to put his name on a boat, you know?
Well, I'm convinced, and this is what they say as well. The EOs, the elite cultures, the United States of America is basically just the strong arm. We're the extortionists. We're the power. We're the baseball bat to your kneecaps if you do not comply to the rest of the world. And the rest of the world knows that shit. I mean, ask anyone. Ask Venezuela what the fuck's going on. Why? Why now we get all this smoke?
It's all about the oil.
Right?
It's all about the
You know,
oil.
The oil, and it's also there is a war. There's an ideological war fighting because you've got your new world order, your World Economic Forum, you know, the Klaus world, and then you've got the Chinese Russian underworld that wants to bring about their world order. So you got two world orders fighting. Two of them.
Hey, check this out, man. If I got 50 prisoners inside of a room and I got a gun and I shoot off a few rounds with that gun, then everybody in that room says, well, this motherfucker's got a gun. He's serious. Okay, now, if you take an atomic bomb and you show that to everybody, American citizens, everybody else, hey, we got bombs and we can blow us all up. Hold on a minute. That's a fucking mind game going on. You know, the fact of the matter is, it's a total mind fuck for people to think that China's going to blow the world up. The United States is going to blow the world up. No, they want the people inside this whole entire world to live in fear from that. And they have to make themselves the authority to be able to be qualified to hold that button in their hand. See, that's how they think. They're the responsible ones. How responsible is that? You know, if anybody can tell me.
Well, I think that old Japan could tell us. That's it.
Nobody.
Russia
The fact of the matter is I know if I got a gun, if I got 100 people in a room and I'm the only one that's got a gun and I control the room, I only control the room if I can prove I've got enough bullets in that gun to kill everybody inside that room. I could or could not.
Right.
I could
so
be
you got 100 people. You got 17 rounds. That's 17 people
I'm
dead.
going to die with them. I'm going to die because, you know, these people are going to kill me. I'll be the first one to go. So in that, when you start dangling nuclear warfare and battleships and everything else to everybody all over the people of the world, you're projecting something, and they've made the point clear. We're going to project peace by power. Okay, but
Peace
what does it do for? What's it going to do for us? Is this getting us off the streets? Is this helping our society as a people as a whole? What are we paying for here? We're paying for something that we could have already done taking care of ourselves if we had been allowed to. That's exactly my point. We would not have these problems inside our cities and our society and everything else if we would have left it up to the power of the people. That's you and me and Trent and everybody else to handle these situations at our best judgment instead of trusting somebody else to do it, because all we do is seem to keep war on our shores. Russia has created and been involved in 5 conflicts in the last war conflict history. The United States and NATO has been involved in 215, if that tells anybody anything. So what good is that for the people inside our country? What makes our people shine is we should have taken care of these matters ourselves, like our forefathers has told us, and remove all of these powers, all of them, 100%.
No, we should have. We should
We're
have,
not the king.
but we didn't.
We don't have to ask the king. See, that's the point. We don't have to ask the president. We don't have to ask anybody's permission. We can step up and remove the power without a bullet being fired.
But why didn't we? That's my question.
You know?
Why didn't we?
It's because everybody's falling into this control of hypocrisy that says, hey, I've got to have this for my truck. I've got to have this for my kid. I've got to get a job. I've got to go buy this. I got to come up with this. And where am I going to get it? And who is holding it over my fucking miserable fucking head? That one.
Right? The great
see?
preoccupation. And that is my point. We are not special. We have lost our speciality as Americans, as a free country, as a society, as we the people. We are not.
It can be proven. You can be proven without guilt or guilt. You can be proven. It's an understanding. But it says, hey, you're not doing the right thing for the people inside of the city that you represent, and you need to go home. No, we're not going to kill you. We're not going to shoot you. We're not going to put you in prison. We're not going to anything. Just go home. Then we have the opportunity to distinguish between what could be factual and non-factual. You know, we have the power of people, not government. See, the power of we the people is the people, not government. People don't understand that. They're letting their fucking propagandists get their fucking heads screwed up, and it's being manipulated by all of these fucking have-nots and haves. You know,
right?
So.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like you don't see these fucking people. You do not. I don't give a fuck who they are. You do not see these people filing their First Amendment rights to file grievance upon their fucking government. That means their fucking city hall. That means their fucking police departments. That means every fucking body that gets a taxpayer money. We can't give our money away for free.
There are people that do actually do that, but it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. One person does it. One person gets in there and does that, you know, and says, hey,
I've seen it.
You know,
I've seen it. I've seen it happen.
Right.
You got 10,000 people. You got 10,000 people now in the chat stream over there watching this one fucking person there. When they can't take away from their busy ass lives to even go down there and share the representation of this one person, no, they won't see it on a fucking screen. You know, they think that fucking screen means physical. They're so fucking way off inside of that to where they think everything they see literally is going to come from that screen instead of being out there physically doing something about it. You know?
Just goes to show, once again, we're not special. We've lost that. We've lost that special je ne sais quoi, if you will. You know, that made us who we are. You know.
Now
we're just. I mean, we're just. We're just hogs of the wheel.
We've got to have a certain police inside our neighborhoods and society, because if people are all expected to police their fucking selves, then we're all in fucking trouble. You know, as many of us as it is.
Yep, absolutely, Rip. Absolutely.
You
That's
can't
part of the
stay
plan,
awake.
part of the design. You know,
You can't stay awake 24 hours a day. You can't stay awake 24 hours a day. Who the fuck wants to live that life anyways, Mad? You know, you tell me. I do not want to live a fucking life where I'm thinking I got a fence, I got my property barricaded, and anybody comes down through there, I just want to fucking drop them where they stand. I don't want to fucking live that way. If I got to live that way, that's not freedom.
see, PH PH Ramey got a good point. No, it's not going to happen, and that's because of the social engineering that has us all divided and conquered. We're divided and conquered. It's happened. Nobody want if when patriotism becomes easy, everybody would join. I mean, it's true. It's absolutely true. But everybody's got something to lose. Everybody has something dire, something precious to lose, and we're not
I
willing
gotta
to
go
give
get
it
a
up.
haircut. I can't make it down there today. I gotta go get a haircut. Plus, I gotta take my new girlfriend out to lunch and try to impress her. So sorry I missed that event. Fuck the fucking freedom of this fucking country. You sorry
Or you gotta go work.
motherfuckers. You know,
Or you got to
that's
go
who
work.
that
You got to go pay
motherfucker
for
is.
your mortgage. Yeah, or you gotta hustle to make your taxes. Oh, you just got a court date. Because some bullshit. You got hemmed up to some kind of traffic violation, right? Whatever the case may be. Fines and restrictions. It's it's
Yep,
it's do this or face the consequences, right?
As a
exactly.
military member, if you find yourself in derelict of your fucking duties as a fucking soldier, you'll find yourself in a goddamn room with a fucking pie hole in the door for a little bit. You
Right,
know,
right. Confined
so
bread and water. Sure. Yeah.
so in the fucking real world, there is none of that fucking thinking. There is none of that structure in thinking. The thinking is they got so many fucking excuses and they find themselves free out here in a free society and they think that they don't have to fight for that until it has to come time for it. Well, here now's the time. See,
So it's
the
past
time
time.
is
It's
now.
gone. It's gone.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
been gone. It's
Exactly.
been gone. We've already been defeated. Go ahead, Trent.
You play their game or you get dealt with. Plain and simple.
Yeah, yeah,
And the game is rigged from the get-go.
yeah. I
So
don't really like the idea of anybody playing a game with my future or my life personally. I don't like
exactly.
anybody considering that a game.
Exactly. And
That's
that
correct.
goes back to they don't care about you. They don't care about none of us.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we are not special.
You
No,
can go
we
and
are not
go
special.
swim with the fishes. You can go swim with the fishes. You know.
Well, like I said, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. And yeah, been there, done that. And yeah, I will play your game, but I also now see the 3D checkerboard.
You know what you say to somebody in the hood when you say, "Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, man, you playing too much." You know what that means, Trent? You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't play like that. You know
But
what I mean?
but like my dad always taught me, he says, someday, son, you just have to walk away to live again, to fight another day.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I need to step
yeah,
away. I just forgot that I had some essentials in my truck. I like groceries and beer and shit. Y'all carry on.
I'll be right back
I'll be
too.
right back.
I gotta take out the two bear
Oh,
cubs and I'll be
oh,
back shortly.
all right, all
Oh
right.
yeah.
So Zombie
Well,
I
Force,
mean,
you gonna have to hold it down.
welcome, welcome everyone to the Zombie Show.
Exactly. I'll be right back.
well, I mean, what Trent's saying, and I'll say it. You know, it's like don't always feel like that just because people are inside these jails and prison facilities inside this country don't make yourself feel like that they're just criminals because a lot of them had to put themselves on the line and they didn't have any choice. You know, you got to understand that there's lots of people that's inside this control that are there because they were put there for the reason that people like me are trying to say that we are paying for our own chain. We're paying for our prison keepers, the ones that keep us in prison. I can't see the chat stream because it's too little. But, I see it. The only thing these old guys like us can do is just hold that wisdom and try to hand it down to the generations that are going to use that information. That's what it's all about. That's your most value, your information. If somebody fucking decides you're more valuable fucking dead or alive, or then they'll automatically assume what team you need to be on. That's how powerful it is. It's like when they take them towns over in fucking Ukraine, and they call them conscripts. They go in a house and they, by force, remove a male individual from that house with hardly any belongings at all. They put him inside of a van at gunpoint if necessary, and they send him to a training facility. They give him training on certain things, and they say, here's a gun, get in that trench, and if you don't want to do this, we're going to shoot you ourselves. See? That hand. It's not the point of understanding to say, hey, all of us, we have no value. All of that. It means that if you're sitting inside of a room and you say, hey, I have no more water, what do you do? Are you the frog in the pot, or are you going to go find yourself some more water? Well, whenever you think you run out of freedom and there is no more freedom left to be won, then you may be in trouble. But if you don't feel like you're important as a person, then that's too bad. But I think that all of the people should just kind of come to peace with themselves and everything else, is because there's no way possible that you're going to be able to enjoy any of the freedoms that you think you have now. There's no way you're going to be able to handle what's coming. We're all going to live in 3D plastic houses that's been printed by some robot overseen by the government authority, and only the wealthy elite will live inside the cities and in the nice neighborhoods, and you'll be put out entirely until that's just the way it is. That's the direction that it's taken, to where everyday people, they have no individual rights as citizens anymore. You're a part of a uniparty of government regime, the same kind of government regime that you're presently being represented by. Is the same representative that just caused all this problem with the King of England, but we already have it in law. It's already our law. We don't have a king. We have our president. We have our political branches, but they have the authority vested in them, And the king stopped that from happening to the people of Britain because they had a king that stood for that. The people of Britain against the tyranny of invasion, of video surveillance and digital IDs and all of that stuff. But in fact, that we have already authorized that, because the same kind of parliament structured government is the ones responsible for the welfare of this nation in its entirety. It's run by political heads, not by any king. So in that article of Declaration of Independence, when it talks about to be able to shut that power down when it becomes too great, then instead of leaving it up to some king to say, hey, y'all go out here and take all of your your freedoms back and get it sorted out. Just try to keep it civilized. You know, the politicians are the same type political structures that the king just said no to, if you understand what I'm saying. It was imported into this country. And when the citizens decided there was not going to be tolerances for certain treatment and taxes and being ruled over by an oligarchy, but they chose to elect a president, now didn't they? They chose to have the necessity for money. They sure did. They put all of that structure built in to the country of America. But all of the freedoms that it granted at that point, most of those freedoms as citizens has now been removed. And then the last straw for the people over there in Britain was to be able to say, hey, why can't I keep my name and my social media and everything else private? Why should the government be allowed to have access to that? It was an open access. It was an access that said everybody in Britain at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they had the right without warrant. You see, it took away the search warrant. They don't need a warrant. They can come in your house, come in your bathrooms, come in your cabinets. They can do all of these things inside your cars. They can have all of your privacy just gets handed away. That's what they tried. And it got pushed back on. Well, the belief in a non-monarchy government inside the United States was structured different. We, the people, signed off on the rules of agreement with certain leaderships to represent that in legalities. Like, you know, the people that started out leading this country, you know, the one that gets portrayed as flying a kite and discovering electricity through a lightning strike, Benjamin Franklin, but he was also a renowned diplomat between the United States, new nation of the United States, and Britain. He was one of the main diplomats. So the advice of all the royal establishment has always been handed down inside the legal standings of this country and the independence that it takes to run a country all by itself, separate from that country. But the individual entitlements have slowly been over time just eroded away to where there is no privacy and there is no right. No right to defend yourself, no right to defend your property, no right to defend anything. They want you to rely on a phone number instead of, you know, just doing something about it. And I said that, you know, whenever you think help could be 3 to 4 minutes away and danger's on your doorstep, then what do? Because if you do something, then you could be taken away from your family and your American dream for doing the right thing because somebody says there's a rule that said you did the wrong thing. The people that make the rules. But the people that make the rules seem to be unaware of the fact that these consequences of what they hold you and expect for you to give up could someday, you know, it could land in their lap. What's going to happen when this stuff starts happening to you and your family, Mr. Governor, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Councilman? What's going to happen when all these things that you're essentially brown shirting, just a brown shirt, you're brown shirting it in because you're just following orders. And I think a lot of people understand what happened to the neo-Nazi death camp leaders in World War II when they said they was just following orders. They still met their death by the gallows in the end. But they told us that we didn't have that, I mean, they in the beginning, they said that, in layman's terms, they said in the beginning that we shouldn't allow any two-party fashion to rule over direction of the country, to bring in a two-party faction into this society of America. It was not gonna go along too well with the Constitution. And that's what the king basically stopped in Britain, was the overreach of the tyrannical far leftist, whatever you want to call it, left, right. It has two hands. There is no left and there is no right. There is no bombs that's going to go off and everybody's going to die, because how are they going to sustain their growth? It's sort of like they need us and they've made it to where we need them, you know? Some matrix shit there, you know? I don't know if Mad Shad set me up tonight or not to get me up here and start running my zombie mouth. When somebody has nothing else to lose out here in the world, you have no money, you have no solid ground, you have nothing left. Do you submit to that? I mean, you're going to submit to that. You know, whenever a person's punished one time, and then they have to wear that same punishment for the rest of their natural life, their God-given life, they have to wear that around their neck. But the thing about it is what is just and unjust, you know, I suppose. That's the land we live in. We all have to have a degree in fucking law to be civilians out here in the free world, just to be able to drive down to the store and buy our food. We have to make everybody think that we have some kind of law degree to defend ourselves from it. Oh, I'm still here, y'all. Uh, I don't remember what Trent said he had to go do. There's
Boom,
Mr.
boom,
Shad
boom,
back.
boom, boom, boom. Hey, Zombie, thank you very much for holding it down, bro. Let's go.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, it's just fucking. It's not. It's not what people really think. It's what they know and what they don't know, and they're scared of the things that they don't know. And when they can keep you in the dark as much as they can with the things that you don't know, that you shouldn't know, then they have control.
Fear of the unknown is one of the strongest fears.
Kabuki theater.
Right. Yeah, kabukis. Ah. Damage on my deck. Yeah. Yep. Praise to you, Holly. Yeah, I'm back, folks. I remembered I had groceries in the truck. Luckily, it's like 34 degrees outside, so everything stayed relatively good. No spoilers. Especially if it's, you know, in a bottle. It's actually not bad. So, yeah. Wow. Wow. Okay, so anybody try to come back up? Let's see if I can do that again. Yeah, Trent had to walk his beast, or have his beast drag him outside somewhere. Why is this not posting? What the fuck? Come on. Really? Can't even post my own chat. All right, I'm back. There we go. Outstanding.
Okay, I'm back.
Kenji, what's up, Kenji? How you doing, brother?
I'm back with the Suicide Squad.
Hey, there's Trent. Outstanding. All right. I hope that everything went well in the patrolling.
It did.
Yep. Good to hear. Everybody's Titus taking his role in the patrol.
Yes,
Come this way.
absolutely.
Go that way. You go that way. Grr. Kill this leaf. Grr. Die, quick, die.
Yes.
Frogs, give up your taxes now.
And now they are down here doing what they do.
Right on. That's a beautiful thing, man. Yeah. Thank you for sharing this with us. I mean, it's a beautiful journey. It really is.
The COO made cookies.
Ooh. Now that's a good question. What kind of cookies, pray tell?
She made chocolate chip
Oh, nice.
and sugar cookies with M&Ms in them.
Ooh,
Yeah.
right on. I mean, perfect timing too, Trent. I just got back, and so
Yes.
yeah, I like how you handled that. You just never exited out, so that's cool. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, you
So
two.
are we chilling? Are we chilling with the conversation, or am I getting fiery, mad, ranted again? I don't know.
No, keep. You can do whatever you want. It's your channel.
I'm trying to chill. I'm trying to chill right now. I am. I'm a little fired up. It's been pent up for a few days now.
Well,
So this is great.
after
This is
I
great.
finished this last cookie,
Mm.
I'll show you the Battle Royal cam.
Oh God. Are we worthy? Should I charge membership at this point?
You may want to. We may want to do a pay-per-view
Fight
only.
of the century.
Uh-huh.
Place your bets. Oh man, let's get bets going. Boom, 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 boom. See, we can make money. Fuck your system.
Yep.
Fuck your
You
government.
gotta just think, the best communication that you're ever gonna have is a backwards conversation. If you just learn just everything that you say, that everybody's gonna say, well, I know what he's saying because I'm thinking he's saying it's backwards. So what you're saying about something could be something else, you see, that code. So
Oh yeah,
if
the
I
Russian.
say,
So it's the Russian chess game where whatever you say is irrelevant. Whatever you say when you put your hand on the queen or the king, you put your hand on the king like you're going to move it in chess, and whatever you say at that point is irrelevant. But once you let your hand off, everything you said is just stupid.
yeah,
Irrelevancy. Let me make this big. Tried to. That's what she said. Right? Damn it! I can't. How do I? All right, I know how to do this. I know what to do. Boom. Okay. Now I get this, and boom. There we go. Figured it out.
There you go.
Wow.
I'm gonna say it.
Wow. Hits him with the toy. Oh,
Trent's gonna
illegal
get,
use of weapons by Cole.
they're gonna aid him.
Oh, that's great. They're just chilling. Hey, tug of war.
COO's gonna come down there one day and say, "What y'all chewing on?
Right,
Each
Why is
other.
that? Why is that all over the carpet?"
right.
Oh man, that's great. Told he's showing off now. He's like, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, they'll do this
That's got
until they
blood
get.
on it. Yeah, he got a big old blood on it. Titus does.
Yeah,
Cole was just like, whatever. I'm gonna take a nap while we fight. Yeah, that's great.
let go of his ear. Yeah, that's all they do.
And you're just like a referee.
Yeah, that's all I do is ref.
You're like part of your puppy duties is being a referee at a constant MMA match.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah.
there's certain words that describe it, and I know
Go to your
Trent
corner.
understands this. It's the words
Oh,
called stop, don't, quit doing that, leave that
Yep.
alone, sit down, leave
Oh,
that alone.
Exactly.
You know,
Oh, I see puppies. Oh my
Hey,
God.
Holly.
How are you, Shad?
Good, Holly. How you doing?
Hey, Holly.
there. Hey, Trent, how are you? Oh,
Good.
the
How you doing?
bastards.
See.
We're doing good. We're doing the
Good.
best we can.
Okay, Cole. Get off of him. Get off of him. Get off of him.
Go lay on you. No.
God, Cole is so gorgeous. He is so beautiful. So's that puppy.
And you just throw toys at him.
Uh
Here,
huh.
play with
that's
this.
all right.
Gosh,
Whenever
they're so
Cole,
good
Cole,
looking.
Cole's gonna quit when he makes him say uncle. He's gonna make him say uncle, and when he swallows out the right way, then he'll let go of him. He'll leave him alone.
Oh gosh, Trent, they're gorgeous.
Thank you,
He ain't gonna hurt him.
Yeah.
That's his buddy.
Titus. Let go of his neck.
He's growing so fast.
Yeah, he's 64 pounds,
Wow.
15 weeks old.
He's a big guy. Wow. Holy shit.
They both just this is what they do all day.
I think I need to get my dog a puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do this all day long.
I don't even know where my dog is.
Uh-oh, y'all. Here comes mom.
Watch out. Everybody's in trouble. They stop. Watch, they'll stop.
Exactly. When she walks in the room,
It's like, oh, hey.
you're fine. She said, I don't even care. They can chew each other up. She doesn't feel too good, and she's sick. And,
I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah.
I hope you feel better. Here's to your speedy recovery, COO. Skull.
Thank you, Shug.
She said, thank you, Shug.
Oh, get better, darling.
Thank you.
See? Now,
Fire cider. I want to make fire cider.
Yeah.
dude, she made homemade chicken soup with turmeric and garlic in it.
2 balls of garlic.
2 bulbs of garlic. When the boy child came here, he smelled it and he ate 3 bowls of soup.
Oh, that's
damn.
Jewish penicillin.
Party suits. Yeah. Right, Blackbird? I mean, seriously. I mean, each one's going to, you have to get a whole cow. Each half a cow is for, for each of them.
They're
So basically, you need like 2 cows. 1 cow for them and one cow for yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
they're
You need more
gorgeous.
freezers.
Oh my gosh.
Ah.
See, so here, I was hoping Cole was going to do his patented move. Here, he's trying.
Now I gotta
ahead,
train
dude.
him to chew
It's all
up
that kung fu
zombies.
training you gave him.
You hear Titus? Titus is like,
He a gremlin.
COO said Titus is a gremlin.
He's good.
Yeah, he's like a little gremlin. Attacking Cole.
My God, he grew so fast.
Both of them. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember
Yeah, and
Cole was even smaller than
Cole's
that.
not done growing.
Yeah, he's gonna keep getting
He's
bigger.
got 2 more years.
Totally amazing.
Okay. No pinning against the couch. And thank you. Quit chewing on his ears. Get off
Trent,
his
do you
ears.
think you're gonna do
Don't know.
bug out weekend?
Don't know. To be determined.
Exactly. Well, hopefully we do have a bug out weekend. That would be wonderful.
Oh,
We'll
that's
see.
going. I didn't want to be the
Oh.
bearer of bad news, but you know, whenever the Supreme Court ruled against Donald Trump having power to put the National Guard inside the cities,
Right.
at the same time they did acknowledge that he did have the power to use regular military. If you want to go back and read that, that's pretty interesting. I don't know if it's came out and
They're
Yeah,
already
lately, I don't
embedded in with the National Guard in a non-combat role and support roles.
yeah.
So they're already there. They just
So-
need to transition to the front lines. Yeah, it's very easy.
Yeah, so Supreme Court justice gave Donald Trump administration the green light to be able to use active military members in the safety of concerns of the ICE law enforcement.
Oh yeah, I mean he does, and that is in fact what he has done is put a major, basically a major infantry ground force in all the major cities. He's already got it set up strategically. Boom, you know.
Yeah.
We see him here in
And then-
Cleveland all the time.
And then it just means that it's bigger than you and it's bigger than me.
Yeah.
You know.
Dirty bombs everywhere.
Get off his ears.
I took my cell phone. Whoa, wow, that was funny. Ooh,
Get
So
off of his
yeah, it goes back to Holly.
you know,
That's weird.
they're gonna ramp up. They're gonna ramp this up in the next couple of weeks. They're gonna ramp this up real extra speed behind it.
Hide it.
Yeah.
So
Do you know what? I have a feeling that there's going to be something's going to go on soon.
well, I mean, what I'm saying to you is it's going to happen. It's intimate.
Yep.
Intimate.
Something kinetic
It
is what
means
you're saying.
that-
Okay, all right, let's go there.
It means that-
Hypothetically speaking,
I
as
try
we
to
as we
tell people,
as we gameplay this, right? Like we're a scenario based gameplay. So fair use doctrine. Go ahead.
so you've got to know that the blockades will start being out in force, and it'll be during the New Year's blockade. It's an excuse to get it kick-started, which means that people's always been psychologically told, hey, it's New Year's, don't be out driving. They got police stops and DUI stops and all that.
Exactly.
Well, that's when it
Strict
starts.
movement.
And
Strict
you got to
movement.
understand that's when it might stay there until whatever science says it's not going to be there anymore. It could
Well,
be
we
there
have
for
to-
months.
Keep our eye on New York City and see what they do. If they call off
martial law.
they are going to do martial law, Brad. There's going to be
So you
martial
think,
law all over.
Hypothetically speaking, the team B would, do a martial law to lock down everything, right? And then from there, what would the case be? Why would they want to do that? To constrict movement, so they can further, isolate, contain, and destroy, basically, doctrine. isolate, contain, destroy, or isolate, contain, and conduct operations, right? So,
Hey,
whatever the
let
case
me
may be.
explain it to you. Maybe,
And they
maybe
just
this
start
makes
infiltrating
sense
the
to you.
military, just starts going in, starts doing things, raids. Next thing you know, they're on every street, every city, every house, every building, right? And that is the possibility, or they could be also the doctrine of hey, we're doing this stuff too, world, right? Taking a posture, taking a position, which usually means something just strategically, like, hey, we see your move, and this is our move. Haha, got you, bitch. Right? Next move is yours. Check kind of chess thing, right? Strategic minds. So they'll do that same way with the cloud cover, right? They will. It's part of their doctrine to cover up, right, the area with cloud seeding and aluminum dust and shit, so that the enemy satellites going by don't see what's going on below the cloud line. You just can't penetrate, right?
Yeah, well, let me tell you,
I don't trust government, so yeah, I'd say it's against us. Right?
What'll happen? What'll happen is, see, the primary targets for some of this immigration enforcement is going to be inside the grocery store, food supply, hardware supply companies, which means that if you're living in an
they've
apartment
already-
complex,
Yeah, you're right.
it means you've got to
They've
eventually
already started.
somebody.
But all these people.
Well, then they
Middle-aged.
they made rules. They made rules ahead of time and says, hey, you can be arrested for a felony for containing or concealing one of these known fugitives of illegality inside this country to try to hide them or try to protect them. So the fact of the matter is, the approach is tell us. They're going to say, tell us where these people are at, and we're going to leave you alone. That's the approach.
But yeah, they're gathering
They're gonna
intel
want
through
us to
interrogations
turn in the illegal.
and investigation. They're hitting, like you heard about the one in Chicago, was it? It was a whole freaking apartment complex that they took over and grabbed like 300. They grabbed like 300 people all at once. Boom, got you. And took them out, right? And they were all Trinity Nicaragua. They're all, wanted fellas. Some they're like, who the fuck are you? They're all gathering intel on them. So they already have it set up that tactical infrastructure to do that. But
We
they're
already
in
know.
a permissive
They have
environment that they know at any point in time could be a non-permissive environment, but they have they've already backed that up with a contingency, right, to escalate
It's
and quell that. So
it's the
it's
greatest.
a win-win, no-win situation.
And
Kind of.
Yeah, it's the greatest.
Go
The
ahead.
greatest public. It's the greatest public misconception to think, and I know better, that the U.S. military's involvement in this, and people say, "Oh, you can't just round up 20 million people in a certain amount of time." And I'm gonna say, "Oh, yes, they can. Oh, yes, they can. Oh, yes, they can. And they can make them look. They can make them not live in tents. They can make them get on planes, boats, and
Yeah.
everything else. They
Yeah.
can make them leave. That's crazy to think that they can't do that. You see, because they can.
Yes, they
You
can.
know,
In a permissible environment.
And here in Jersey and other states, it seems like the Muslims, right 3 miles down the street from me is a big mosque that's been built. I mean, it's like 5 acres.
Wow. Right.
Brad, how big would you say that property is?
Where?
Where the mosque is? By Wawa.
Oh, that's probably about a good 25 acres.
That I said 5
A
acres.
massive compound.
Because there's a lot of
Basically a massive compound, right?
And they
Construction, like concrete, reinforced steel, reinforced concrete, all kinds of.
and they keep building.
It's a horrible structure.
Yeah, they've been building that thing for 3 years.
Mad Shad. I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Complete with a large parking lot, and on the end of those parking lots are lights, right? So they have a perimeter, 3 or 4 perimeters already set up, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And they have a big sign stating who they are.
Hey, I've
Oh,
toured
yeah.
prison
They
camps.
have security
I have-
over the parking lot.
I have had
They
the
got their own
opportunity
security.
to
During
prison
special events,
camps.
they have their own police escorts. They shut
Yeah.
down traffic and allow, yeah. So
An
yeah,
open air
it's nothing
prison.
new, really.
I've
And that's-
seen open air prisons done by the U.S.
And that's
military.
when
I've
it-
seen open air prisons have 300,000 men walking around inside tents and fences at one time, all in one spot. You see, 300,000. They have their own water sources. They just
Yeah.
bring their food in there in forklifts and they cook their own food. They essentially police themselves and take care of themselves, but they don't come outside the fence.
And
Hundreds,
also,
hundreds of thousands of people.
yes, and also we live in a big warehouse area. All of our farmland has been sold off. I've been out here for 35 years in Jamesburg, Jersey, off of exit
Keep
8A.
the details where you are to a minimum. Don't dox
It's,
yourself.
Yeah, really. I mean, the fact of the
And-
matter is,
It's all warehouses. Like
I can't say I can't say that I agree
Well,
with it
I'm
or
looking to
disagree
move.
with it. I'm gonna say that, but I'm also gonna tell
I'm
the
moving.
person that they got apprehended, man, just best you just go ahead and listen to what they say and let go along with that, and don't get in the way of that.
I'm getting the hell out of here. Cause
Don't get in the way of it. Just stay the fuck out of the way of it.
Yeah,
You say you took my
I'm getting the hell out of here. Jersey's not the place to be, I'll tell you. Cause you got Patterson, New Jersey, which is not too far from here, up the turnpike, and I'm not.
That's a great
saying-
idea, Blackbird. So, that for if you have the land and the wherewithal, I mean, having different positions, different secondary positions in your land, just a place to go, right? Like you got a cellar across the way in the woods, right? It is fully stocked, and you built it up, and you got water, and it's also a very secure position, right? That would be advantageous. Right, that, and you're just setting up a shed or digging a hole for a cellar, right? Nobody else. Everybody else is like, okay, everybody does that shit, right?
Right.
It's also used for like tornado. I remember going in one for a tornado. Had a big wooden door. We were underground, right? In the cellar, and we had food and muscadine wine. So we rode out the freaking tornado with muscadine wine. It was great.
Right? Yeah. And Shad, I remember the story when you first got Charity. That was an awesome story how you got her.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Or the saga of Charity. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
You were living in North Carolina or South Carolina?
South Carolina.
That was that has stuck in my mind when you
Oh,
got
man.
her.
Oh, me too.
And
Me
that,
too.
yeah, that's
Me
one
too.
of my, that is a very good memory,
Yeah.
that I'll never
Hey.
forget.
Hey, Molly, you gotta say this for me and everybody. Quit saying, just say Jersey. I'm from Jersey.
Oh, fucking Jersey.
Come on, you
Oh,
fucking
God.
Yankee.
Oh.
I'm from Jersey.
He's making fun of
The
you.
Garden
He's making fun
State,
of
New Jersey is the Garden State, the only state that grows assholes.
Do you have any cars?
Those
You got any
assholes.
cars in Jersey?
Do I talk like that?
No, you do not. He's making fun of you because Zombie Force is a
Actually,
southern fried Louisianian.
I
So
do, I
no
do
come for you, no
have-
orders.
I did move to North Central Florida back when I was 16 years old. That's where I met my husband, Mike.
Oh, I bet that was a great time too.
Yes, Gainesville
Yeah.
Green, let me tell you.
Florida at that time.
Hey, I've met some people. You're not in no good boat, Holly. I've met people from Florida, and they still say you ask them where they're from, and they say from Jersey. You know, so the accent, you don't get out of that. You can't escape that in Florida because that northeast accent's all over Florida.
Right,
Yeah,
and
it
my
just is.
dad,
Nah, I'm still Florida.
It's the number one retirement place in the world. I mean, really.
my
Everybody
dad-
retires either in Florida or Arizona. One of the two.
I mean, you listen to that governor that they got down there now, DeSantis. You listen to him talk,
Chad,
and he sounds like he's from New
here's
York
my
or New
husband.
Jersey.
How you doing?
Skull, how you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you. Just
Hope
doing
you're doing
a
well.
little bit of cancer right now, but I'm all right.
Around, let me see your head.
You fight.
He's losing his hair, Shad.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
And the
Yeah.
last
You're worried, bro.
2 days, I
Go for
lost almost half of it.
Yeah, he just got done doing 12 pounds of radiation. But he's still here, Shad.
Right on.
He's
It's the
here.
heart of a warrior. It's the heart of a warrior, heart of a man. You know.
Yep.
Way to
And he was born and raised in Florida, outside of Gainesville.
Gainesville. Okay.
Well, Hawthorne. Micanopy. We regret leaving Florida. We want to go back. We should never move back to Jersey. We only moved here because I'm from Jersey. And during the 90s, early 90s, there was no work down there. So I talked him into coming back here, and he had gotten a good job in a warehouse, of course, a warehouse in Jersey. And we're
Wow,
still
KP.
here.
Yeah.
But we want to go back down south.
What's up, Sandy P? Well, I mean, I thought I really did contemplate living in Florida when I got out of the Marine Corps. I got to go down there a few times, a bunch of times. But
Oh, you got to go to the North Central, like outside of Gainesville, out in the woods.
I've been all the way to Key West and through all that, Panama City, Sarasota, Ocala.
Right?
That's one of the really coolest places was the Ocala, Florida, the Ocala Music Festival in the woods. It's amazing. And not to mention, of course, I've never been to Disney, but I've heard about it.
I've never been to Disney either, even when I lived down there.
But I mean, through all that, traveling and going to these places, you got to travel, and you got to road trip it through some pretty nasty, gnarly places.
Right.
You're like, wow, this is Florida. If I drive into the swamp, I'm gone. That's it, done. Everything's eaten.
Well, I met my husband in the swamp. My husband was living in the swamp when I met him.
Yep, you swamp dwellers. And the Indians, the reservations, who are those guys? They're a fucking wild bunch, man. They're running around full drive, shirts off, drinking beer, tattooed it up, speaking, throwing Indian gang signs. I'm like, damn, these guys living a good life over here.
Hell yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Tacos. Making their own, because they can hunt. They're like making python tacos. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, I heard there's a surplus. I heard there's a surplus on pythons in Florida now.
Oh,
yeah, they're taking over, right? Yeah.
When we were down there, well, that started happening during, after the one bad hurricane. I guess.
I have heard that the alligator community has rallied against the python and just eats them on sight now. So before that, the python was killing the alligator, the American alligator,
They
in rapid numbers.
you know.
But it's starting to level out, and the alligators are actually starting to win. So
So hopefully it
the alligators are like the bear of the swamp, man. They eat whatever's out there. They're like, oh, okay.
When I was
We
9
got
years
food now.
old.
And the snapping turtles. Oh my god, the snapping turtles get huge.
oh my goodness.
I was catching
Big,
all that
you know,
one.
can you imagine a python swimming through a school of like monstrous snapping turtles? That would be instant death.
Well, also it was gopher turtles that people were going for because all right, rattlesnakes were going if you caught a rattlesnake, you get $25 for a rattlesnake.
We had snakes. There's all the snakes down there. All of them. All the dangerous ones are in Florida. All of them.
And we would have to watch out when we would go out in the morning.
Water moccasins.
We would have to watch out for the coral snakes.
Coral snakes. Oh yeah,
Right.
extremely venomous.
But my dad had some badass roosters, and
Beat the hell out of them.
roosters that we had, we lived on 35 acres of property in Hawthorne outside of Gainesville. These roosters that we had would hunt the snakes, the bad ones, which were the coral snakes. So they would peck their heads off so that we wouldn't get bitten. It was just, that was during the 80s and early 90s. It was an awesome time to be alive. That's all I got to say.
I was running through Florida ever since like up to 98 or 90, 94, 94 time and on. I just kept going back and forth. Even when I lived in South Carolina.
Wonderful time, wasn't it?
I thought about living in Florida.
Yeah.
Wild country too, man. Wild country, wild landscape. I would love to find this place again. I took a friend to Cocoa Beach, so we could like try out for some kind of lifeguard thing. Very prestigious, Cocoa Beach lifeguard. But you had to pass a bunch of tests and indocs and all that shit. And he was a lifeguard in South Carolina, and he took it seriously. EMT trained and all that shit. In life saving, he was straight up David Hasselhoff, but South Carolina. But I took him to Cocoa Beach, and we went to this place, man. He wanted to check it out, and he does diving. He swims, and this is a spring that rests upon this mat of floating vegetation that you can walk on.
Titus
Is absolutely crazy, and there's a hole where the spring comes up and it goes down like 50 feet of pure clear water, and you get to just swim underneath all this crap.
Exactly.
Like a cave. I went there. I didn't go in. I didn't dive in. I watched him go in. I was like, "You're fucking crazy. I'm not getting down there." No,
they're all over Florida.
Really?
You got Ocala. You got the Swanee River. It's
wow, yeah. And I went to the Ocala, Florida, the Ocala Music Festival here in Ocala, in the woods. In those woods are just amazing. Oh man.
And me and my husband back in the day, we used to go to Gainesville University. We saw the Outlaws. Remember the Outlaws?
No.
This was back in the early 80s.
80s. I was in Tennessee.
Greengrass and High Tides. Remember that album, Greengrass and High Tides Forever?
Nope.
Green grass and high ties forever. Remember
It
that?
doesn't. No, it doesn't ring a bell. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to
Uh,
send that to you.
I was in
Yeah,
Tennessee at
because-
the time. I was
Yeah,
a
there
crazy
was
punk rocker.
oh shit. Well, how old are you, Chad?
You have to guess. Since you don't know, you have to guess.
52?
No,
You're very
38.
close.
He's
No,
38
no,
years old.
51. I'm 51.
What? Oh,
51.
all right. I'm 61, so I'm 10 years older than you. So, but we were into the like Deep Purple.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Yeah, like, I mean, because Tennessee is like just trippy as fuck too.
Yeah,
The Tennessee Music Festival, is very trippy. You know, it's a lot of that Deep Purple and all kinds of just hippie chicks, patchouli, lots of weed. Right? Oh yeah, I know. And you got some kind of strange band of Marines walking through.
exactly.
Everything is foggy because it's all weed smoke and whatever. It's all foggy. You're walking to a foam party. You're like, get out, get out.
Yeah. But listen, gonna let
Tents everywhere. Everybody partying. Everybody's just hanging out. Everybody's drinking. Everybody's got like a little fire or a little tent. Right?
Yeah.
Little
I
area.
didn't chase
Hey.
everybody else away, did I?
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you a story. Y'all keep bringing that name up, Ocala. Back in the day,
yeah.
are you there?
Yes.
Are
Are you there?
Yes.
Well,
All right.
yeah. Back in the day,
I'm gonna leave because I gotta put my husband to bed.
Okay. Okay, Holly.
I love you
And,
all.
skull to your husband.
Skull to you too. That's my
Skull
son.
is
cheers, Holly.
You
got
Yeah.
straight for him.
Yeah, he came
Skull.
home for Christmas. I
Right
love
on.
you all.
Take care of yourself, Holly.
I
Good
will.
night.
I definitely will.
God bless
Yep.
you guys.
We're rooting for you.
Good to see you, Shad.
Yes. Much love. Much love.
All right. How do I get out of this?
You gotta push the button.
Which one?
I don't know. The one that says end or leave. All right. Take care, Holly. Love you very much.
All right, Holly.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Oh, yeah, I was going to tell you about that. Back in the day, man, y'all keep bringing that Ocala, Florida bullshit up, So,
Okay.
you got a place down below it called Silver Springs. Okay, and then you go on down south there, you start getting really out in the wilderness of Florida. It's called it's Eureka, your national land forest area down there below Silver Springs. And part of some of the duty training that I had was right in that specific national forest, out in the forest. So
Okay.
everybody that would run up on us out there, and we're just pretty much in training and stuff, and people would run up on us and they would say, "Oh, who are y'all, the forestry rangers or something?" And we'd say, "Yeah, we're the forestry rangers," And
Forestry
when they
Rangers.
found, yeah,
Rangers.
when they found out who we really was, they would laugh it off. Just some good people down there, man. You got some real good people down there in that area.
Hey, what's up, Wing Nut? Oh yeah, I mean, that's the testament of the Florida man. Florida man grows up working in the damn swamp, right? You're
Yeah,
encountering people who are like, what are you doing? I'm out here poaching alligators. What are you doing?
Them motherfuckers, they would say, "I
I've been doing
like
this
your
for 30
trucks.
years.
I like your trucks." They want us to take them for a ride in those fucking trucks, We had those fucking
Right.
6x, and we'd be out there doing shit, And they
That's
like say,
crazy.
"Man, I like them trucks." They was all about the trucks and the boats. We had some cool boats.
Oh hell yeah! Finding a mud hole, everybody shows up. Boom! Big old party.
Fuck yeah.
Rednecks are always
motherfuckers
gonna
would
redneck.
drink. They would have that fucking beer. The best beer that they had in that area that fucking rednecks would drink would be that old Milwaukee's Best. and they'd
Oh,
have
God.
3 or 4 fucking. They'd have 3 or 4 fucking cases of this shit sitting on their tailgate at the fucking boat
Rescue.
docks,
What's up, Rescue?
and they would all get in. They'd get in them fucking car inner tubes and float down
Yeah.
through there with fishing bait and fish. And I'd say, y'all
Yes,
son, but this
yes.
is
I've
crazy.
done that on the Tennessee River. It's great times, man. It's great time. Float, tubing. They call it tubing.
Oh,
You
yeah.
just tube down the Tennessee River, carrying a whole fucking, just doing whatever. You fish, drink. You got coolers tied to your tube. You tie each other's tubes. Pull off. There's always parties on the side. There's always parties everywhere you go, and they're yelling at you from the shore, going, "Hey, come get a shot." You're like, "Okay,
Oh yeah.
whatever," right? Go
Yeah,
Vols.
we were running. We was
So
running.
if you, that's another trick is like, wear like volunteer, Tennessee volunteer stuff, like whatever the area you're going in, wear their popular college football team and their hat or whatever, and you'll get all kinds of goodies, man. You'll be instant
Oh, yeah.
friends.
Oh yeah. Well,
Bank
and then
parties.
all of that. It's like you talk about Tennessee, man. I used to work inside the search and rescue teams.
Party
Just go up
pontoons
inside.
everywhere. Everybody's got a pontoon boat. There's always a party. They're grilling.
Fucking
Man,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Good times. South Carolina, same thing. They had the beach dunes and the jetties. Just people just pontooning everywhere. Just let's go. I've pontooned a few times.
Oh.
I've been a captain. It's great times, man. Just pull off to the sandbar, start grilling food, drinking, right? Get back on the fucking pontoon boat, float around, go to the bar, right?
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
go shot some oysters. Like, man,
I'd always sweat my fucking job, man, because believe me, if I said what I was doing back then in my career, having a good time and getting to know people,
Yeah.
being a community person, you know what I mean? You got to be a community person. You can't walk up in there and start scaring people, And I met a lot of people like all over up in the mountain range.
Oh, yeah,
all the way up.
I used to in South Carolina. I knew I was neighbors with the DNR guy. The absolute, his name was Maurice. He was the foremost authority in that area in South Carolina on the beach, right in that area. And I watched him. We used to go to the piers, Surfside Pier, and it's a big old pier. You pay to fish. You get it's great fishing, right off the pier into the Atlantic Ocean. And there's an alligator got loose, big fucking alligator that came out to sea. They come out to sea sometimes, and this motherfucker just started eating everybody's bait. What's up, Rescue? What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Well, rescue.
Y'all doing all right?
Hey, Santa
Yes, sir.
Claus has been holding you hostage here lately, I think.
Shoot, no, you're not on. You're not a hostage when you're on vacation.
Oh yeah.
That goes along with my saying that I got from Beatrice: "Time enjoyed wasted is not wasted time."
There you go.
And time
I love that saying.
and time spent wasted is not time wasted.
Right. But I throw that out to my Fallout constituents.
Did y'all have a good holiday?
What was I saying? I don't know. Anyway, I watched this guy come out, this DNR guy, Maurice, come out onto the pier, look at the alligator that's eating everybody's bait and hooks and all, doesn't care. Like, we're talking treble hooks on 3 treble hooks at a time, big treble hooks with big hunks of meat, on these pier fishing poles. And you got to rig it up right because you can catch some big stuff. So this alligator's eating it all. He looks at this, goes back to his car, gets a freaking AR-15, comes back up to the pier and just murders this alligator, and right there in front of everybody, and then walks away. Right, and everybody's like, "What do we do with it? Are you going to remove the body?" He's like, "Oh no, the fish and the crabs will take care of that. Trust me." And boom, like riders in the sky into the dawn, man. Into the setting sun. He walks back to his car and leaves. Right, fucking just straight up cowboy that shit, And that was my neighbor.
Damn.
at the end of his shift, he would come home. He would do these things, take a shower, whatever. But he always made it a point to go check his mail in his underwear, his flip flops, and his gun belt. Boxers, wife beater, and flip flops, and gun belt, and check his mail and go back inside. It's like, this motherfucker.
Damn.
DNR guy. I don't know what his rank was or whatever, but he was the man. He was the go-to guy. Good times.
That's what I
Yes,
said.
yes,
You know,
indeed, KP Heaton. I have a little alligator head. What's the name of that guy? I forget. But yeah, KP gave me a little alligator head.
I was always in fear of losing my job or doing something that they say you ain't supposed to be doing, but really in reality, there's nothing wrong with it, you know? So I wasn't that man, you know what I mean?
No,
We
I
had
have
some,
no idea
we
what
had
you
some,
just said.
we had some pretty
Tell the truth.
crazy, we had some pretty crazy things, you know, go on. You know, when you're dealing with locals, when in Rome, you gotta do as the Romans do, I suppose.
That's right. So go poach that deer. Go poach that alligator. Yeah.
I
Come
used
on.
to take my truck down there. When I was 17 years old, I would take my pickup truck down to the Port Benson drawbridge, not far. It's down in the swamp. And you're going around down through there, and it's a remote area down there. It used to be
Wait,
called
you
French
said go
Settlement.
around down through there. I
Yeah,
remember that.
and
Go ahead.
we'd take a fucking nylon rope and a fucking one of them hooks that you get to pull your fish up on the dock down there sea fishing. But we'd take a chicken and hook a whole chicken from the store on that son of a bitch at night and wait
Holy
for
shit.
one.
Wait,
And
wait. Hold on. Pause for a minute. Pause that story, please. Nick Easy has just fucking got a notch on his man card. Breaking news: just took out a mouse with a BB pew pew. Congratulations, Nick Easy. You got a notch on your man card. Skull. Carry on.
So, well, just let me know, because I used to be able to. I had a Crossman 18 shot air pistol, and I could take a fly off the ceiling from across the room with that pistol. And my sister would get completely irate because I shot the ceiling with a BB pistol. But so, you know, well, we would take that old hook and throw it out there in the dark and just waited for us the right size, one about 4 or 5 feet, and we'd drag him inside and put him in a freezer. You know, no questions
Yeah,
asked.
right.
Any time of the year.
It's illegal in South Carolina because they have something called, and I love this, flounder. They have flounder gigging
Yeah.
time. Oh my god, it's great. And flounder, I was fishing the flounder. That's all I ever did. I could have speared them. I could have netted them, had a cast net, but yeah, they would what they would do is they would throw out treble hooks, leader treble hooks out like 2 or 3 off the boat and just let them dangle, right? Have a little weight on them so it keeps them a little weight, and then they actively fish and spear, and they get more. So they put a less of they lowered the limit of how many they could get, right? And made trolling illegal in most
That's the only
places.
time I've ever caught a flounder was actually catfishing and had like a treble hook snag as I was coming back in. It's like
Oh,
you'll
shit.
get one and I'd snag him in the back of the head, and all of a sudden I'd be like, "What the heck?" You come up and it's like, "Man,
Hey,
there's
I'm gonna tell you, there's
I thought,
there's
well,
a
that
big
sucks.
difference. There's a big difference between eating and pleasure, you know. So if I'm gonna go out here and go fishing for pleasure, I'm gonna take me a rod and reel. If I'm gonna go out here and go fishing to eat, by God, I'm taking me a net. I don't care what
yeah.
it takes. I'm gonna pull him out of
Yeah.
that water and I'm gonna eat him. I don't care what it is. I'm gonna eat it.
A net is an easy way to feed yourself. It really is.
Whatever.
And I like to. One of the interesting facts about me. I'm a master cast netter. I can cast net anything, I can catch it. If I see it, it's mine.
Everybody should
You know,
have
I
a
keep it in my
fish
mouth.
net.
I'm like, I got a rhythm. I got a delivery. I can go
Netting,
for range.
cast netting is almost like water cowboying because instead of a lasso,
Yeah, like
there's a
lasso.
challenge to it, just like throwing that net.
Yeah, everybody that's got a survival kit should have a good net. They should have a good fishing net inside their survival kits.
Oh yeah,
Even
I
if you
mean,
live out,
make a fish
you
trap.
can do it in a
Make a fish trap
pond.
and then
You
put
can,
a fish net out
you know,
and catch everything. It doesn't matter what it is. You catch it all, and you get to process through it. Right?
if you do it in a pond, you can throw him back for later. You know, you can catch him 10 times before you eat him. You know.
Wow, PJ, look at you. We're gonna have to have a cast netting competition then. What's up, JD Prepping?
You're probably gonna lose.
You know, I haven't done it in a long time, but I actually did. I found out the rules here in Ohio is I can cast net for bait fish, right? And so my first toss out there, I caught like 500. I was like, what the fuck? All these little silver fish, and they just boom. You hook them, you throw them. You hook them, you throw them. You know.
I've seen
And,
I've seen people in foreign countries with them same little bait fish, take them home, put some rice in there and some water crisp and a little bit of water.
Oh yeah, I mean, we had a lot of
They
Asians.
call that shit sardines. When they do it in the store, they just call them sardines.
You
I
take
watched
they
this
catch
little
a fish
Asian
over there. They
Asian
don't
woman
care what size fish it is.
Myrtle Beach in South Carolina. She took a chicken bone, a chicken wing or a chicken leg, tied a string to it, and she would throw it out in the water and slowly pull it up to herself. And as soon as it got close, there'd be a crab behind it, massive crab or a massive fish, and she just boom, she stab it, throw it in a bucket, and she'd throw out the fucking the fish bone, the fucking chicken bone again, and start reeling it in. I'm like, that's cheating. That's fucking cheating.
You crawfish around here that way. You take bait and you can put it around the holes, and you drop it down on the hole, and then you start easing them up. You'll feel them tugging on it, and you pull them right on out.
Yeah, like snatch them up.
I had a bunch of cows one time rescued. I had used some
Wow, PJ. I've never done bow fishing. That sounds badass.
I had a lot. I had a feeder lot, and we had about 540 cows on average in that lots. And people would ask me every time I would go in a damn restaurant, how come I would just sit down and order the chicken salad, you know? Because
you're zombie.
You know, that's the way it is over there.
I'm the other end of the spectrum. I'm like, what's your local meat? I want to taste it.
Yeah.
And that's me in all my travels. You know, this is the neighborhood ox. All right, yeah. Let me have some barbecue.
These fishing in these third world motherfuckers, man, they don't care what the fucking fish they pull out that water is going in the skillet. It's just fish to them. They don't care what kind of fish. It's just fish.
Yeah, we had an all-you-can-eat buffet place in South Carolina, and all the workers and the family get out. It's like 30 of them, and they would start in this area. It's like a low tide area, and they would literally take everything, and it didn't matter the regulation or what. They were taking small clams and big clams. They were taking scallops. They were taking anything and everything they could get their hands on. Conch shell, conchs, crabs, whatever they found.
You go down here like they got some places around where you can take your family and go down and catch a certain amount of poundage of catfish out of the farm catfish pond.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. Man, I'm gonna tell you, man, you take 40, 50 pounds
What's going on, guys?
of good farm raised catfish and you have a fish fry with some fish fry going on, man, with some tartar sauce and different sauce.
Fish bars. You could pay to go fish.
It's a feast.
Or just harvest.
It's a feast. You know, it turns into a feast. And it's cheap too. You know, it's cheap.
Well, we had something called the spots when the spots run, and it's like billions upon billions of these little handfish, and there's no limit to how many you can catch. So they would have spot barbecues all over the fucking place. It's everybody's out in the ocean, everybody's catching all these fish, and everybody's grilling them up and drinking. You know, South Carolina spot run. The spots are running. Woo-hoo! You know, it's pull out the barbecue, pull out the flatbed, get the trailer ready. You know, get all the
Like
kids
Wingnut,
geared up. You
look
know,
like
it's your turn
Wingnut's
to
got the
fish.
right idea.
Guaranteed, you're going to catch your fish. You know, I mean, you're going to catch. Yeah, that's all you do all day long is catch fish. Boom, 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 all day long. It's how fat. It's how fast you can reset your hook and bait and throw out there. Is how is your success in catching a fish. I mean, it's just like, damn. You can literally, if you wanted to, like, if I was out there going to cast that, which would be illegal, I think. I can't do a school of fish, you know, 'cause it's not bait fish. It's like a, you know, main fish.
Well, that's
I
netting.
get in
Then you
trouble.
gotta have a commercial fishing license.
Yeah, commercial license. And even them are, like, highly regulated.
We've
Right,
got
the
that
shrimp
down here
eaters
in
and all
ours.
that.
We got white bass
They're
running,
mostly crackers, man.
and they'll do the
In
white
South
bass.
Carolina,
run.
mostly crackers.
Pretty much anything shiny you throw in the water, if it's got a hook, you're gonna catch a white bass during the run season.
Right. Boom.
It just
Yeah.
don't make shit. Just throw it in there. It's like grab something and you're like, well, I don't have to just grab something shiny, throw it in the water, bam. They hit anything.
Yeah, I love having that. You know, the fly fishing. I thought about getting into some fly fishing, man. And I got me a fly rod and all that. I can't make your picture bigger. I'm sorry. I mean,
If on
I like the
his,
spider thing you got going.
in the top right corner shed, does it have where you can expand
It's
his,
what happens is the
or if you
oh
don't
wait, there it goes. Yeah, thank you. That's why I hold on.
And then
There it is.
Rescue turn his camera off, then he'll be the whole screen.
Oh man, you don't have to make me the center of attention. I'm gonna tell you that.
Well, we like the fire, man. We like the vibe you're throwing off here, man. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I feel warmer already.
It just gets started, so I mean, it'll get a little bit bigger. Yeah.
heck yeah. That's like a good fire. I'm
Nice.
waiting on my granddaughter to show up. She's gonna come spend the night. They came up from Florida.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for the holidays. It was so cool hanging out with her. So she's gonna be back this evening. She's gonna hang out.
It's
All
a
right.
it's a nice little night out, man, with half a moon going out right above me. It's pretty nice.
Shoot, yeah. I want to burn leaves and burn, but we keep getting them wind gusts, and I'm like, yeah, just don't want to do it.
See my puppies over there.
Oh,
Is that where they are?
Yeah, they're sitting right there.
nice.
I got a
There
couple.
we go.
I got a couple of really huge piles of trees and stumps that I've pushed up in a pile. I might light them. They're pretty good size. I might light them and try to get a little video on it.
Man, we usually have like piles of brush and stuff like that we cut,
Bonfire time.
you know, that probably end up about 2 stories high sometimes, man, you know.
Bonfire weather,
Yeah.
man. That's some of the greatest memories right there.
Yeah,
Just hanging out.
I can light it.
For wingnut?
So what?
I can light that big old. I can light that. I can light that big old timber pile over there on that property and then leave it alone and get back away from it and shit. I got 4 or 5 people over there hanging out around that son bitch having a good time, you know, watching it burn. It'll burn all fucking night long, just raging, you know.
That's your job, is to drink beer to contain the fire, right? So you kick in the
Yeah.
embers.
Yeah, the job of
Put
fire
your,
watch.
put your board.
Yeah.
Yeah, your fire watch. You just require beer at the time for payment.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh,
I
man.
got to do that out here, man. I mean, honestly, I mean, you know, we tend to have all the piles and stuff in areas where there's very little to burn, but you know, we
Right,
keep the
PJ.
grass cut pretty good. But I mean, even then, it'll sit there and crawl across the grass and stuff. We got to keep an eye on it.
Right?
Yeah.
But
I usually sit over there when I light that pile. It's a big one. It's probably like you said, it's close to 2 stories tall, but I keep that excavator over there where it works miracles, you know.
Yeah, just bulldoze the fire. Boom, done.
Yeah, throw
Oh,
some
never
dirt
mind.
on it.
There's a
Well,
lot of dirt on it. All at once. Boom. Right.
yeah,
Oh, I
And I've
shade the
seen
ground.
these construction sites, man. I've watched if you watch land clearing construction, right, demolition, they'll have a bonfire going, massive bonfire going, you know, all the
hey,
time, all the
yeah,
time, yeah, constantly, days,
Oh,
yeah,
dude,
weeks,
them
while they're
trunk
cutting down.
balls, those trunk balls will burn for weeks.
yeah,
I,
yeah.
I've been aiming. I've been aiming for a long time. Every once in a while, I know you guys will dig it. You just get one of these old house trailers. Somebody will call me and say, "I got a house trailer. I just got to get off my property. It's just so old and it's falling in and it ain't worth fixing." So I go over there with
I
my
see.
excavator. I separate all the steel and all of the stuff that's not going to burn out of the fucking debris pile. And when I got a debris pile, I just light the debris pile. And then I got a trailer that hauls my excavator and the steel. I can get it all in one trip and just, I show up and leave and the trailer just goes poof, it's gone completely, you know?
Oh yeah, right on.
What were you
And
going to
people
ask
can't
me?
figure
last
that
time?
out.
I didn't hear it. What were you going to ask me?
I was asking you a while ago if you ever got any of that beach wash up wood, like if you guys get wash up wood.
Well, like just driftwood type of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I usually if I'm going to look for it, I go out here on the rivers and stuff. If I'm going to look for that, my mom goes out there every once in a while. We go out, and go out there and try and find driftwood. She makes crafty stuff out of it. You know what I mean?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how much you'd find like on the actual saltwater side because we always find it up and down the river because it washes.
Yeah, not a whole lot. I mean, especially around these beaches, man. They, the city and town or whatever, or the county, whatever, they go out there and they maintain a whole lot of the beaches and stuff. If the weather gets bad and they start eroding and stuff, they're out there putting fresh sand and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Beach
mean that's the
cleaning.
reason why
We had stuff going on.
we got the
They
whitest beach.
would wash away homes and shit. It would be nothing to go out onto the beach and see like a whole fucking wooden stairway that came off the side of a 2-story building. We're like, oh fuck, that's a lot of damn. We used to burn it like as like beach fires and shit, in the dunes.
For us, that's how it is down here. You get around Galveston, Crystal Beach.
Somebody's
all that.
pier just got destroyed. Finally destroyed.
If they do clean it up, all they're really doing is they just bunch it up in a pile over in the location and they go, there, it's cleaned up. And it's like, well, I don't know, but it's still right there, but it's all gathered up. So that counts as cleaned up. So
Yeah.
like a lot of people go out there and start going through them piles. And a lot of people haul it off for bonfire wood or people haul it for crafting.
It's highly treated bumper. Be careful of that. Highly treated.
I really do miss the days back when I was a kid. We were able to have bonfires out on the beach. I miss those days,
Yeah.
Oh, they done stopped that down there? You can't.
Oh yeah, man. They stopped. You used to be able to drive on the beach. You used to have bonfires and stuff. They stopped all that. Yeah.
Hey,
I've heard there's parts of Florida that still do it.
Well, I mean, I grew up in Orlando. We used to go to Daytona, New Smyrna, and Cocoa Beach all the time and stuff like that. And I mean, because it's really
Okay.
right down the road. So, I mean, and they stopped doing it. Like especially like Daytona, they don't do that stuff anymore. It's like you can't even drive on the beach anymore.
That sucks. Yeah, they stopped that in South Carolina, and we when I was down there, I remember a case. The only people that was driving on the beach were they had the umbrella service and the police, and they had like a 4-wheel drive something. Well, this guy runs over a sunbather, just runs her over. She gets up and is yelling at him to stop, and he just runs her right over in the beach. Doesn't kill her, but like pushes her in the sand, messes her up a little bit, and she sues. Come to find out, he was asleep at the wheel
dang.
on the beach, just driving through people. Had no clue. He's only doing like 2 miles an hour.
You'd think that by now somebody would have invented some kind of like a beach comber that'll actually drive along, kind of like an excavator does. A front end loader, only it has a bucket. It's kind of like processing, like we do potatoes and everything. You know, we dig the potatoes up and then it goes through and then it spits up. Because can you imagine how much shit they would probably collect every
Oh,
season?
we got people that metal detect all the time, or go out there with
Yeah, I was gonna say those guys.
yeah, they got these things that look almost like rakes, but they got screens on them, and they'll just rake the beach and stuff, and then collect whatever they find. I mean, there's so much stuff, especially after spring break or whatever. I mean, there's some. Once you drop something in the sand, it's gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
Yep. Yep.
And
I used to be a beachcomber, but I went for the shark's teeth, and I had mason jars, like the half-gallon mason jars, full of shark's teeth, and I gave them all away. And I was lucky to find a few smaller kind of megalodons. Gave them away too. Didn't know they were big money. Sorry.
But
Yeah.
when I
And
was
conch
a kid,
shells.
yeah, when I was a kid,
I was going for the
like
conch and getting rid of the conch shells.
there's a place down in what is it? I think it's down in Apopka. It's a place called Rock Springs, and we used to go swimming down there when I was a kid. And you could find, and this is inland. This is inland, and we used to go up and down the creek or whatever where the spring comes from, and find shark's teeth all the time. And that's just evidence that got all of Florida used to be under the ocean at one time.
Oh yeah, Columbia, South Carolina has a lot of. That's where the ocean used to be, and it's like hundreds of miles from the beach, right? And you can still dig. They're still digging and finding shit, megalodons.
You
and
have to be able
prehistoric
to.
freaking ocean animals and
Probably about
tons
10
of
years
fucking
ago.
plankton and shit.
Yeah, about
In
10 years ago,
Florida.
there's a guy down here in one of these springs down here. Was it Incafino Springs or whatever? He found himself a megalodon tooth in one of the springs down there. I was like, oh, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Wow.
You know, in Florida, they've got existing areas of Florida that's under the national. It's under the state Florida wildlife jurisdiction, and there's people that actually get caught, and it's an arrestable offense to get caught digging inside any of those parks. If you get caught in there with a shovel and a screen or something, then it's a crime now down there in Florida.
Yeah, we're definitely not free. Yeah.
So I mean, but it's like I said, I used to work in that Florida region down there on a certain job, and people would be astonished to know, you know what I mean? But what they know and what they don't know, that's part of their tyranny game that they play.
Yeah, it drives me nuts on how much we get regulated on so much stuff. It's like, we're
Yeah.
basically, you believe we're free, but as long as they can control our wealth, control our land, control our water, control our income, as long as they can control everything, we're still free though, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, part of my career there was to say that somebody has to be in place as a security in a public aspect, which means that you don't necessarily work for the government, but you do necessarily work for maybe certain agency. But the fact of the matter is whenever you start discovering that this person's not going by the rules and this person don't go by the rules, and then all of a sudden the ones that think this, they normalize that. It's just part of their job. It's how they get paid. They're just going along with it, even though they know it's wrong. If you go out there and you find out somebody's done caught a lobster out of season, and then you go to his house and find out he ain't got nothing in his house to eat, and you're still going to write him a ticket and try to put him in jail for that,
Yeah.
That's why I
So-
think back in the beginning, see, they probably didn't. They probably did investigate more, and then they wanted to see. But because, just like, matter of fact, it was so funny. I had a conversation yesterday with that on a different topic, but it was just in association to
Anytime.
there's always a few people that ruin it for everybody else. So you start out with something that's cool, and then you get this small little friend group that want to push this, push that, and then they ruin it for everybody else. And it almost applies to everything. Everything gets this attention. Why? Because it's always a little few. And it's like that. Charlie had the intention of trying to preserve history and like, okay, well, let's not, but oh no, here comes the greed and the corruption has to seep its way in. And then you can't do anything anymore. It's like, well, wait a minute. I thought we were just starting this way. Yeah. It's always a few ruin it for everybody.
Yeah. And I tell you, you know, and that's part of that fucking mentality that goes inside of that. And I put a video up of a friend of mine on my community that hits base about that. They are an organization that's founded on the enforcement of laws and rules, but nobody has to just, you know, you don't control it. You know, everybody wants to control that. You have to leave that up to the discretion of. It's like back in the day when somebody would run something by me and I pull up and they say, hey, look, we got this guy down here that doesn't have a fishing license. He doesn't this, he doesn't that. And a lot of times what I felt like I said earlier, I could have lost my job was to say, hey, let me ask this guy a question. I asked this guy a question. I'd say, well, where do you work? He says, I don't work. I said, well, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when I ask him, does his family have to rely on food stamps every month? And he says, yes. And I say, well, leave him alone. If he wants to go down here and catch a little something extra, there's the obvious reason why he ain't working. And we all know what those obvious reasons are, you know? So the fact of the matter is when you know of the obvious reasons why people are struggling inside this country, you know that, and you do nothing about it, it goes back to the exact point of what Mad Shad was trying to express. And that's where we're at. You know, when you know as a citizen of this country and in the free will of the country and the people, we the people, refuse to take the reins and lead. You cannot be a leader with instruction. You either have to be a leader or you're not. And everybody has to understand that. So I'm so glad that I was able in my career to be able to step away from certain aspects of humanness and people and having to deal with people and make those decisions. If you understand, I didn't want to take responsibility in another man's action, even though I knew that action was wrong, but I hesitated to do anything about it because it was my job. You see how they trap you.
Yeah. Well, to what end do we just continue to go along to get along? But the thing
So,
is,
I mean,
too, that's another thing too. Is it's unfortunate though. It's like it's like like Rescue was saying, it's like one person, one bad apple, whatever, ruins it for the rest. Well, that to me, in my mind, it really is kind of a backwards kind of thinking in a way, because you got one person, one bad apple. Why don't you punish that one bad apple instead of punishing everybody because of that one bad apple's actions?
Because we stopped holding people accountable. Because see, when you have, as long as you introduce the word accountability, there's always self-accountability. Like accountability is so general that's why I think it's been subconsciously trying to be removed. It's like there is no accountability. That's why people scream up the certain legal aspects, and people are like, how come we don't know it? Everybody, because this is the conditioning. The conditioning is the word accountability and the actual meaning behind that would actually call for actual means, and you can't do that because this goes back to the whole little, like we all get a trophy. We've got all these emotional groups. We've got all these different little adjectives to describe your problems. It's always this, it's that, it's this, and it slowly is removing the word accountability, because that's what a person should be. A person should be personally accountable. You hold yourself to a standard. And then if your neighbor does that and your neighbor's neighbor does that, it's slowly, that's how you get a community and a society back. As long as it's a all for one for all kind of thing, and everybody gets the trophy, don't hurt nobody's feelings, let's all just try to get along. There is no kumbaya, because there's an evilness in this world, and there comes a time when you have to slap evil in the face.
Well,
Yeah,
in a way,
it's
I
all
kind of
mutual.
agree. In a way, I kind of agree because I mean, I was sitting there thinking about it because there's this video I happened to see a while back ago where this girl's mother was being beaten by her boyfriend or whatever, and instead of like calling the cops and all that stuff, which government doesn't like competition, it wants to have the monopoly on violence. So it wants to do that. That's why it demonizes the idea of vigilantism. Well, she took it upon herself, and she ended up finding him one day walking down the sidewalk, and she turned the wheel of her car and rammed him right into a damn wall. And I thought I was rooting for that girl. She took accountability right there. She didn't wait for government to do it for her. You know what I mean? She took it all in her own hands and served him right, actually. You know what I mean? And
Yep.
I mean, but that's the thing too, is like, like I said, it's like, government doesn't like competition. It wants to have that monopoly on violence. You know what I mean? So, that's why they want to demonize vigilantism. They want to demonize, self-reliance and self-accountability and self-governance and all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Right. Self-governance,
Well-
militias, self-policing.
It's also, though,
So
you
you
know,
gotta-
that gets the responsibility of the people in that area, because when it comes down as far as the legal system and what's determined criminal and not criminal, what gets punished, not, that's your DA, which is an elected position. So a district attorney for the county or a city is actually an elected position. So why don't more people actually focus on who instigates this shit? It's like the cop thing, and they do that, and they're like, there's some of this shit with how the immigrants, well, the cops aren't one. That's because they're getting orders from above. So why don't you just go to the source?
Yeah.
Well, the DA is the source. You want to know why that rapist keeps getting out, and he's been to jail 13 times before he stabs a chick on the train? It's because the DA allowed it. Otherwise, when his ass was locked up the first time, he'd have been sent.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, there's a story just recently that, like in Michigan, there's a lot of these Islamics that are opening up these daycare centers, and not a single child is in these daycare centers. But they're
Yeah,
getting
Nick,
millions of dollars for this stuff.
Yeah, that's
know what I
the
mean?
shit. But
This is
74
a-
kids, like, wait, where's the kids?
The thing with Somalians, they found out there's like they were doing the daycare scam and getting millions of dollars for a building that just stays closed.
Yeah.
What the
You
fuck?
know,
I mean,
Hey,
there was a
I'll tell you.
story just recently, actually, with a couple of Somalians that were actually, they had like a couple of storefronts that were like about the size of a closet.
What?
But they were scamming all this stuff off of EBT and stuff like that, and they were sending all that stuff back to their home country.
Yep.
You know,
Rich.
it's the part about all of that. The people, the other side of that coin is the people that are actually doing the work. To say, hey, we discovered this. If it had not been discovered, then who would have ever said anything? You see, so that's the pain of it. But the fact of the matter is we've got more than enough people inside this country that's already worn the so-called shirt and worn the so-called boots. We're not stupid about what goes on that side of the fence of whatever aisle it's on.
So here's a hard question. What are you going to do about it?
So the question is we have to say to our people, like we have in our neighborhoods and everything in our towns, and we say, okay, so we're scared of the person and responsible for our safety. All the people that live inside your town are now scared of the person that was put in the responsibility for their safety.
What does anybody ever do about it? Nothing.
You have to put that fucking person in there that comes from the fucking same block that you live on, not the fucking rich neighborhood from some other state. You see, that's the problem.
Well, I mean,
They allow a politically educated background, no law enforcement experience at all, to actually be police chiefs.
Right.
To be vice mayors, to do all of these jobs. and have no aspect of what the people inside their own hoods of the times have to deal with. They just deal political money, and they have the citizens that they're supposed to be working for and employed by for their own security. We're scared of these people.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the most invasive species here in
We are.
Florida is the land developer. You know, you get all these counties and stuff like that are getting
Not
kickbacks for
special.
these own developers and these stuff like that, and they don't really care. They're stripping these places, stripping old Florida away and building shit, buildings and homes and and apartment complexes and stuff like that. Nobody really wants to live in, but that's it doesn't really leave a whole lot of a choice. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter. It's like if I was on a high-end security job working for some state and they said, hey, we're going to give you a salary of $250,000 a year to do your job. Okay. But what the people don't understand is it's coming to a realization people in that aspect of class of living are saying, hey, it's affecting us too. Our kids are going to have to pay back this money. I know I work for it and everything, but it's actually starting to rise up and get spoke out. It says that being portrayed as tyrants and all this other stuff, when the cops are out here in these towns and they're saying, hey, look, I know the right thing to do would be to do this, my discretion, for the local people of this town, or do what the fucking mayor says when that motherfucker's not even from he's not even from the area. They know nothing about it.
Yeah.
You see, so then you got people that already know that they can run down a certain road and say, hey, I know that I can take a unit, I can go up a certain road in a certain city, any city inside this country, and find me somebody that's strung out on some kind of drug. I just know I can. Now, what I do as a responsible person is I say, hey, I'm not going to arrest you or any of that. I'm going to put you in the back of this car and I'm going to get you somewhere where you can maybe get some help getting away from this and take them away from the problem. Don't leave a man on the fucking battlefield, period.
Those places that
That's
you're
the
going to
way-
take them to are just as corrupt as everything else because they're milking the
Okay,
money.
so
The surface. So it's a redundant circle.
So you have to be able to police your own. You have to go inside these medical facilities and these town fundings and stuff where they said they was making all that money. They was defrauding us of all that money because of this. What is this special child care stuff that was involved in that daycare stuff? Billions of fucking dollars of money swindled away from people. When I said they had the Garden of Eden from all of us, we can't have our Garden of Eden inside this country and not have all these matters as issues. We have these troublemakers, these instigators, and they're all under what? Public money. We pay these people, their jobs, their positions. You
We
see.
elect these people. So people that
No, we pay them.
that's elected. It's taking
We
out
elect to pay 'em.
responsibility. These communities, neighborhoods, cities, towns, states are being corrupted and dictated to by elected officials. That's the true fact. That is a basic fact. Whether it's a likable one or not, but that's the truth. So if you really want to attack the source, then you've got to go. You start with the elected people, and then then you start cleaning out all these little hired guns that have been brought in that aren't elected.
I know that people think about it a certain way.
Rapists, burglars,
Whenever-
and murderers
My
getting
point is,
That's
that's
when
my
you-
point.
Whenever you get these people involved, and I'm gonna tell you who they are.
Don't do it.
It's the people that work, that bring stuff to these facilities, that back up police states and all this other stuff. It's all these people that work as maintenance people around these facilities and everything. And how the city pays good money to be over there working and doing these things for these fucking tyrants. As soon as that fucking stops, you understand? It means the people that drive the fucking vehicles to deliver the fucking food to these facilities. It means all of these people out here, the people. As soon as they say fuck that,
corrupt. I watched that
You
go
see-
down with TDC, the actual system over here. You actually had people that was, the Mexican mafia was known, and this is like 4 decades ago. The Mexican mafia literally would tell their youth not to get in trouble, to keep a clean record, go and get your education in this, get into that field. They were dispatchers. They became deputies. They became guards. They became wardens. This is so in depth when you want to get into the corruption of as far as
Yeah, you gotta be wearing the right shirt.
it's no different
You know,
than these politicians that are born and raised to be a politician. You're going to be a representative one day, Junior. Well, there's also the cartel dude over there that's going, you're going to run this region one day. Just keep your shit together. This is, I mean, it's there's your
Go
Junior.
back in time.
Meanwhile, you're
I'ma tell you.
making tasty cakes.
You go back in time, and start looking at all those black and white photos from back in the 1800s and everything, and you see the old picture of the sheriff. The sheriff wasn't wearing a sheriff's uniform. He was wearing a regular uniform of clothing anybody else in town would wear. He just chose to wear the badge on it. He didn't have these
There were good ones
uniforms.
and bad ones back then. They were represented by it's what that town was willing to tolerate, or at least over in Texas history. You can look
Yeah.
at Texas history. We had towns that had sheriffs that were good and bad. Bad ones, some of them
Yeah.
stayed in that town for a long time. Some you can actually even go read the battles that went
The
down.
hanging Dutch, like they hanged everybody, him and the sheriff.
So I mean,
Yeah.
it's just
It's all based on-
People going to be unified. People have to rally up. It's the good old Frankenstein and the
Yeah.
castle thing. You're going to have to get the pitchforks and
You
torches.
know, in a
Only
way, I
people
kind of
are
agree.
doing this with pew-pews, but you got to at least show up to the ballot box first. I mean, show the commitment to at least show up to the ballot box before you want to load
Yeah.
the mag. You know, because it's
Well,
like
the-
first, the thing
the
you go to
only-
the ballot box and then you do the mag.
The
Well,
only
those-
way we can
Right.
defeat or kill an idea is not with bullets. We can only kill an idea with a better idea. And
Anytime.
unfortunately, and the only thing is, unfortunately, right now we don't have our own enforcement to force government to comply and obey the supreme law of the land. That we are supposedly been, this idea
Well, we
that we've been,
They do. The people of this
do.
country do have
We
the
do.
right to do
Well,
these
Hold
things.
on, hold on.
The fact of the matter is
I
they're
will
scared
push
and pissing
back.
down their leg thinking that they don't have the right to do
All right.
these things. That's
Thank
their
you, Tommy.
objective,
Thank you.
is to make you,
Yeah, thank you.
make
Tommy.
your
Hold on. Let me cover this one, right? So it is in the Constitution. It's called I forget what it's called, but damn. There was actual movement during the COVID days, if you remember it. It is written in the Constitution that we the people, find a judge and a jury, and then we send out them and we issue a summons to court to whoever,
Yeah.
mind you, whoever in the United States of America, and or if there's an American abroad, we go get them, right, with the use of the militia that's appointed, and then bring them to court and try them and sentence them.
Well,
That's
that was
written into the Constitution. The way that people could do that.
it's our supreme laws.
Look at that one.
The supreme laws of the country are way above your regular everyday constitutional rights. The foundational rules of laws of the country, and having
I mean, that's fine.
having
That
this
fact
country
remains
is run.
in the Constitution, in the Federalist Papers, and it's written in the fabric of our Constitution. And why we do not do this? Why we've never done this?
because we don't
It's
really
beyond
have
me.
common law courts right now. We're under a statutory admiralty maritime courts. We're not in common law anymore. And that's what this country is founded on, is under common law.
We're in whatever they say we're in, but we at any time say no, just
Yeah,
like we did in 1776. We it's reserved we the people reserve the right to do that at any point in time that we are not happy. So
Well,
that is, I mean, and we use the 1A, the 2A, all the the 2A especially, and that's the whole idea behind
the
a
legal
militia.
truth behind it. The legal truth behind it is ultimately we the people we the people rule we the people. We don't have rulers, we don't have leaders. We the people, we police ourselves, And whenever necessary, we have to be understanding that this is an entity that was created by we the people, that's paid for by we the people. So we have the greatest precedence over that. But it's just like in the Supreme Court Justices meeting when they came together and they said, "Hey, Trump can't use the National Guard." Well, okay, well, if he can't use the National Guard, but we're going to say he can go ahead and use the military. So they don't ever have a problem with that one because it's based on the people's army. We the people. You see, we make the decisions. We're capable of, like you said, we can hold our own. I can go to my neighbors, petition my neighbors, come up to a courtroom and say, "Hey, I want this heard. I need this done something with and end all of this tyranny." We have that. You gotta have these people that's saying, like I said, they're the ones that deliver
You're
the
right.
fuel.
We gotta
They're the
have
ones
it,
that
but
deliver
we
the milk.
don't. You're
gotta
right.
have
We
that
gotta have
army.
it, but we
The
don't.
logistics army.
That's why I say
the
we're not
logistics-
special.
The thing
Well,
about it
okay.
is
We're not doing it.
we had this
We're not fucking doing a
conversation
damn
once.
thing about it.
Whenever you say, okay, how are you going to feed your troops? You see, how are you going to feed your troops conversation? If you're going to embark on some big thing, then you're going to have a way to provide food and shelter for your troops, your people, your civilians, your grandmas, your nursing homes, your hospitals,
Well, I mean,
your
I get
every
you.
fucking
No
thing,
shit.
your whole
Yeah,
entire
right.
infrastructure. You got to have that. You got to
So
have
everybody
people
brings
that-
lunchbox. It'll be
Yeah.
over in a day. I mean, really.
Exactly.
Everybody bring a lunchbox and a freaking cooler.
We're good to go.
Right, there you go. Somebody's going to be selling cookies. All right. You know, grandma is going to be out there in her patriotic, American dress, just giving away cookies and pies.
We'll have the lemonade stands going.
Lemonade stands, free lemonade. You're like a marathon.
Man, it's like that fucking skirmish they're having over there right now. They're going back to the logistics of it, and the farmers are protesting, and the civilians are protesting. They want something fucking done about it. And then the fucking fuel provider, truck
My
drivers,
point is we're not even into that.
yeah, the drivers are at that point to where they're fixing to go on strike and just shut the fuel down, going to all these gas stations and shit. It's not to hurt the people. It's to say, hey, this is the pain that we're going to have to feel to get this fucking shit over with. We're going to be heard as we the people, or we don't.
Okay.
We have to pick that
And why
state.
haven't we? Why haven't we? Why haven't we?
Because people are too used to the idea. This is what it is. When somebody says, hey, call 911.
We're not fucking special.
Okay. Means you're going to wait.
50
You're
million
going to wait.
in this country, the majority.
You're going to wait for
are
some.
okay with
You're
what's-
waiting on somebody because you believe that that's the best thing to do, because you've been made to think that that's the best thing to do is call 911. Why? Because somebody pulled up in my back driveway and they're just sitting out there parked in their car. Oh, they call 911 on you if you drive down the street too many fucking times. Oh, they say you've been in the neighborhood. You're not doing anything wrong. Where's your papers? I'm scared. Call that man. He's going to save me. And when fucking death is on your fucking doorstep and help is 3 to 4 minutes away, what the fuck are you doing?
Drinking beer and putting it all on TikTok from my balcony.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing we fight against. Is say, hey, we have to be willing to say, and everybody's scared to say this. Look, I don't care who you are as an elected official. I don't care who you are wearing a badge working for an agency. So, of course, we need our agencies. We need to know if somebody's trying to smuggle a nuclear warhead inside our free country. Yes, we need those people. We need all these people. But we need each other most of all. The ones that pay for it, the ones that support all the so-called security. Where's our fucking money and where's our fucking people? And this social media fucking shit going on. Okay, social media already says that it's putting fucking CNN and Fox and all the rest of them out of fucking business because of the social media networks. Because we have the capability of putting 2 or 3 people in a room and potentially causing millions of motherfuckers to say, I'm awake now. I can see this. Now we can come to a fucking agreement and say, hey, let's handle all of this shit in a dignified manner. Everybody's not going to go along with a dignified manner. We can't send somebody to a door, knock on a door and say, hey, are you supposed to be in this country? And they say no, and you say, well, okay, you got to come with this. No, we have to fight.
You can see how that's
We have
going.
to fight. We have to fight.
All right, so
Yeah, a person
real
is not even supposed to be here. That's the kind of rules we got.
Thank you, Zombie. Real quick, yeah, that's your point. Okay, let's give. Thank you, by the way, Zombie. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Rescue. You had something to say about it. It spurred your thought process. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just, to me, I mean, that's going to be it's when the comfortable people aren't comfortable anymore. And I don't know how to say this in a politically correct way, so it is what it is. But like and no offense to anybody, so this isn't disrespectful. But like most of what we hear is echo chamber talk. So we hear the reverb of things that we already think. And when that bubble increases in an area, that it'll cause a swing. And I almost hate to say it out loud because I don't want to jinx it, but you can kind of see some of this going down in Portland. When you look at how Portland's been over the years, and it got so bad, but now you're actually starting to see the pendulum swing. Why? Because enough people's everyday life has now been affected. So soccer mom can't go to soccer practice like she was, damn it. And then the husband is having a hard time going to work like he was, damn it. And you get enough of those damn it's involved, and then all of a sudden the pendulum will start to swing, because when it really does come down to it, voting does matter, and they need to keep at least a majority of people numb. Not necessarily happy, just got to keep at least the half of the population of a county, a town, a state, keep them numb, and you can still maintain that control. That's how you end up with in Illinois like it is. But when that bubble finally gets popped, and when soccer mom ain't going to practice and dad ain't going to football games on the weekend, when that shit gets interrupted, you now have middle class America's attention, and things will change. That's what always does it. You can look back through the whole little political roller skate. That's usually what happens is that little middle class wave gets their everyday life affected, and you now have their attention. Other than that, all this other shit goes around them, and they literally are watching Days of Our Lives. Bombs are
wait till they show up at that fucking Learjet out there at the airport, and they're saying, where's this fucking person that puts the fuel in the plane? Matter of fact, where is the fuel? You see, the whole fucking the fact of the fucking matter is we
Walk away.
the blue collar industry has to be the one.
Walk away.
They have to be the one.
And I'd love to see
It's
that.
the blue collar.
I would love to see the walk away.
You know, I mean, it's the blue collar industry that's going to have to take care of this. It's not the middle class. Don't make that mistake. The blue collar fucking class, the blue collar class working people inside this country control.
70, 80 hours a week.
Hold on. We're talking over each other. All right, Zombie, I think you're done with your point. Rescue, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying.
Turn up the volume.
Middle class to me was people that actually are pulling in 60 to 80 hours a week. You know, they raise their family. So I don't know, maybe there's a definition difference of middle class, because blue collar is the actual middle class to me. So internet definitions have changed nowadays, but your blue collar, your middle class people, your linemen, utility workers, road workers, your gas station attendants, your sackers, all these people provided, your farmers, the guy out there. So that was your middle class.
If you don't have $2 million, you don't have $2 million in your bank account just for rainy days, then you're not middle class.
Is that what you consider middle class?
No, that's all good. Hey, everybody. Double Dog Prepper's doing a live right now. So if y'all get bored with this conversation, go to Double Dog Prepper.
Oh, Roger.
Everybody, room read Double Dog Prepper. Yeah.
I will say something when it comes down to it. I think what it is that
I think I'm supposed to be over there too, by the way.
And when we got nothing left to lose, that's when we are actually going to make some changes in this nation. Because quite honestly, man, that's when we actually become, in my mind, dangerous. But the only problem is that we got there's too many people in this nation that got too much to lose because we're all a lot of people are dependent on the government, and
Exactly.
you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you, in a sense. So when people have nothing left to lose, that's when we will actually make changes, I think.
I mean,
But
it's
then they're
just
also,
like,
that's at the point when they're easily manipulated.
the soldiers in the Soviet Union.
Not
The
necessarily.
so,
I mean, when
Oh,
we
yeah.
got too much, to lose, that's
yeah.
when we become easily manipulated. When we have nothing
Oh
left
yeah,
to
they will be
lose,
easily manipulated to take out targets of
Right.
opportunity.
well,
I mean, all you gotta do
they'll
is say,
stand there.
"You did it."
People have a tendency. People have a tendency to keep standing there no matter what if they think that's the right thing to do. And some of the Soviet soldiers stood their outpost over there for almost a year without pay. Their family was eating fucking potato stew 7 days a week
well,
until
give you-
something changed.
I'll just
Until
give you a
something
couple of-
changed.
I'll just give you a couple of recent events. It's like in Bulgaria, the people had nothing left to lose, so they started tearing down the government. I'll give you another example. Just recently, within the past couple of days, in Mexico, these people have nothing left to lose, and they have gotten tired of it. They're burning down buildings. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean,
I
you
I
got
watched Nepal. That was crazy what happened in
Inside-
Nepal, man.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
inside this city, inside our country, is you've got this committee meetings and the committee and the city committee and the councilmen and everybody else inside these cities. Well, the fact of the matter is the money has to come from somewhere. You understand? It means that the funding and everything else has to come from somewhere. So I mean, whenever people decide to quit, when you decide to quit going down there,
Somebody shared
and giving
Double
your
Dog
money.
Pepper's channel.
when you decide to give your money to anybody, if you just stay at home
Double
for
Dog can
about 2 or
post your
3
link.
weeks, if
The
you
thing
stay
is,
at home for 2 or 3
Post your
weeks and don't spend a nickel, don't give them nickel to anything for 2 or 3 weeks
I mean, I
inside
love
these
that.
major
Yeah, I love
cities,
it. I've talked about it.
they're done. They're done.
The
Go
great
home.
financial walk away. A boycott goes a long way. It does. But we're not going to do that because we're not special. Nobody's going to do that shit. Nobody. We're so divided. That's the whole point. Thank you, Rescue.
Well,
That's the whole point.
I will agree with you on
No,
that.
I fucking
I hate this idea that people keep on pushing this diversity is our strength. Well, that's not true because the definition of diversity is to divide. Actually, unity is our
I
strength.
think it was Prince Charles that quoted it.
Nationalism.
Well, it's bullshit, because
I
unity
see.
is our strength, not diversity,
I see diversity as surrendering.
It's-
You're going to
it's-
surrender, you're going to be labeled, and you're going to choose your label, and you're going to win some kind of crazy ass fucking game. I think that it's a fucking dishonor. I think that people can be whoever they want to be as long as it doesn't fucking affect the other person. I don't
and then-
care what you do.
And the thing is, like also back in 1913, when the creation of the Federal Reserve and the birth certificate and all that other stuff, Social Security and all that other shit, before then, the American people weren't being taxed to death. And then on top of that, all the monies that was to run the nation was coming from tariffs.
Right.
We were taxing all the other countries that do business with us, and that was paying for everything in the country. But now they've actually
It's funded a war.
eliminated
It funded a
that.
few wars and the Industrial Revolution. Yeah.
Well, but
So,
that's
yeah,
the thing.
tennis worked.
Exactly.
And that's where
the
they
thing is,
changed
like, they've changed it because they want to make us that's when with the creation of the Federal Reserve and the IRS and all this other stuff, they've created us, the American people, as collateral for that debt they created. All right.
Yep.
Because
Jack
even,
O'Island, baby.
even the government itself, they don't create the debt. They borrow it from the Federal Reserve, which is a private corporation, and then so technically we're being forced to pay the debt for this fictional legal fiction called the government.
Yep.
To
We're
create-
co-signing.
Mike,
we're co-signing. We're co-signing. Believe it or not, I look at it like
Any
we're
of us-
co-signing
any
for
of us-
somebody's
who
kid
actually
that you
wrote down
don't
a-
even know, never met, for them to have a new car. You're co-signing for that. See,
Who in the hell put their signature down and agreed to this contract that they forced us into?
your representatives
Right.
did, and your local
Yeah.
congressman,
Well,
right inside your
Anybody
own
that
I mean,
county.
the Federal Reserve is neither federal nor it has reserves. It has
I
no
know.
money. The government comes to the Federal Reserve and says, "Hey, I need to borrow $20 million." The Federal Reserve literally makes it out of air, puts it on a piece of paper, and goes, "Here's $20 million."
Yep.
Now you owe us 22 million.
Yep.
I mean, or
Because the
25 or 30 million.
All of your
How did I say?
representatives said,
That's the Federal Reserve.
all of your representatives said, we're gonna borrow this money from this bank and you're gonna co-sign for it, because all of your representatives for your counties and your states are standing inside this room and they're in agreement to it, so they're co-signing it because you
That's-
never took the fucking time to vote these motherfuckers out of office.
No, that's still a fraud. That's still a fraud. It's like a Ponzi scheme. It's still a fraud.
Exactly. So they're going to continue, and see, it was what I said. When they amended the Constitution of the United States and they empowered the government to authorization to borrow money, you understand? Before that point, they couldn't borrow money. They didn't have hardly the funds to exist. We really didn't even see the necessity of an army at that time. So we empowered the government by allowing them to empower themselves by a unanimous vote that allowed them to be able to borrow people, basically, from the United States. They want to borrow money from you, you're going to agree to it through your fucking local leaderships and everything else, and they're going to funnel it all the way down to your little courthouse, because they're also what? Federally funded.
All right.
So,
Everybody
whenever-
everybody in chat, everybody in panel, go to Devil Dog Preppers live. I think he's live right now. Go to Devil Dog Prepper right there. Rescue shared the link. He is doing the 12 days of Christmas, and every day he gives away something. So
Roger that.
go check him out. I would love to go that way. I wish I could.
Well, if you're gonna shut it down, I'll go ahead and get it down off of here.
Roger that.
Y'all have a good
Yeah.
evening.
Later, Wingnut.
Yeah. Okay, that's a great idea.
all right, why not?
Chad,
All right,
appreciate you.
Good.
Zombie
Make
Rescue.
it a good day.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's all. Everyone, we're going to land in this live stream, and we're going to go to Devil Dog Preppers live stream for the 12 Days of Christmas giveaway. Be there or be square. All right, bye, everybody. Yep.